Hey, how's it going? It's JPChivalry going live with Umineko, When They Cry, the Answer Arcs. Also, let's do a BTTV, FFC, and then I think we're good to go. So let's see. 424 impossibles. I think that was like... How many... not that big of a difference, right? Like only like 8 since the last stream? Although I guess nobody's like arguing or anything at the moment. We're just kind of seeing how the culprit is doing all this, or why they did that, I guess. Also, is the death counter working? It is. Cool. But yeah, let's continue. Let's load the episode. Session 3. How many hours in? I think 8 hours in to this episode. If it's a 16-hour episode, we could finish this today. Well, depending. Depending if we're staying up that late. I don't know. I don't know what's going on yet. But chapter 4, New Days? Is that right? I think I took a picture of the chapters, right? The months and years slid by, but also. So on chapter 4... Okay. 9 chapters. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Cool. The months and years slid by. In my new, more colorful life, I smiled at the spring sunshine peeking through the trees, gazed up at the column of summer clouds, enjoyed the piles of fallen leaves in the autumn, and played in the winter snow the few times it did fall. As these days passed one after another, there was a considerable change to my environment. The servants coming from the Requiem house had switched. There weren't specific grades like in a school, so there was no rule saying how long a servant could work before quitting. Each servant made their own decision about when they would graduate from Requiem. Some of those who couldn't understand the environment would quit in as little as 3 days. After all, life in Requiem was strict. It was also strict in the Requiem house, of course, but there were a lot of Requiem-only rules. And Natsuhi, the one who supervised the servants, was also very authoritarian. It was probably easy to feel trapped. That trapped feeling and the money sat on opposite sides of the scale that they used to decide the time of their graduation. And sometimes someone from the Ushirimiya family would use their influence to secure someone on a new job, encouraging them to spread their wings and start a new life. The cycle usually lasted 2 or 3 years. No one decided this, but it was one of the goals most servants shot for an unspoken rule. However, I was an exception to that rule. I continued to go to school in Nijima while still living as a servant. That year, all the Requiem house servants quit at once. It wasn't at all rare for friends to quit at the same time as each other. All of my fellow servants from the Requiem house graduated from the island at once, leaving only me behind. Of course, I wasn't on particularly good terms with them. On the contrary, it was annoying to be treated like a kid and called Yasu all the time. Is my stomach growling? I guess so. Though some new servants had come after me, the older ones had already gotten them believing that Yasu leases things all the time. So it wasn't really any more pleasant to have new comrades. Those unpleasant older servants, as well as the ones who started at the same time or after I did, all quit at once. The Ushirimiya family made no efforts to stop them from leaving. Adult servants were easier to handle in the first place. The Requiem house servants were only accepted so that they could be trained. And so, all the servants besides me left, and no one tried to stop them. Later, Yasu. Don't go losing stuff again. I don't lose things anymore. Humph, later. Make sure you listen to what Madame says. Don't you go troubling the next group of servants. You know, it's still a mystery. Why was Yasu recommended for this job? It's even more surprising that Madame let Yasu stay this long. Must have taken some guts to not give up and run away. Keep it up, Yasu. I hate being called Yasu. At the very end, I finally said the one thing I'd always wanted to say to them. However, they basically ignored me, and just picked up their things and left. I guess you never got a chance to become friends with them. didn't even want to. Yeah, I'm sure they feel the same way, so you're even. Let's just forget about those people. They no longer have anything to do with us, so there's no reason to think about them. Yeah, you're right. Felt just a bit disappointed. I never got a chance to prove to them that I could take care of myself. It's hard for people to throw off their first impressions. That's just how it is. No matter how wonderfully you grow, those people would have probably always called you Yasu and made fun of you. There's no reason for you to want their admiration. Yes. Yeah, you're right, Shannon. I'll completely forget about those people. Good. You have two great friends, Kumasawa-san and me. And I want you to prove that you can take care of yourself. Prove it to the new servants who are coming. Shannon was exactly right. Ever since that day when I held the key with the spiderweb charm up high, I'd regained my confidence and pride. I am now the most experienced Fukuin servant. The new servants who will come will still probably be older than me, but I need to teach them the ropes as the more experienced servant. Genji-san even told me to lead the newer servants as a senpai. Okay, I'll give it my all. That's the right attitude. Let's give it our all together. Yeah. Then what happens? My name is Asne. Is that Asmodeus? Pleased to meet you. My name is Belny. That's Beelzebub? Okay. Pleased to meet you. The newly arrived servants looked a bit superficial. When I first joined the Ushiromia family, I was incredibly nervous. However, I couldn't see any trace of that nervousness on these girls. That's right. Usually kids with good grades and behavior were selected. How were they selected? Who did it? The board of directors came and interviewed them, and they were judged on other things, like their everyday conduct. Okay. So, as long as they acted like good kids in front of the adults, they could pass? Well... There were times when they passed because the adults watching them decided they would do fine. All of the children who came from the Fukuin house were highly individualistic. They polished the attitude while they worked as servants, and eventually grew to be servants who would not shame the Ushiromia family. However, encouraging this behavior was the role of the more experienced servants. Since I was the only one with experience, it was my responsibility to guide them. What were the new kids like? They were the elite, of course, of irreproachable conduct. I think they were like that when Madame and Genji-sama were around. However, when their superiors weren't around, well, they didn't take things quite as seriously. Esne-san, make sure you put your tools on the cart when you're done using them. Kya-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Huh? Sure, sorry. I also have to be alert as a more experienced servant. And Belne-san, you shouldn't set your key down in a place like that. You'll lose it. I'm not gonna lose it. I never forget where I put things. When I first arrived here, the older servants would often tell me off just as I had done now. They would probably have been mean and obnoxious about it. I had hated that, so I tried to be more gentle when admonishing them, but they wouldn't take me seriously. Listen up. You know there's a witch living in the mansion, don't you? Oh? Beatrice? Kya-ha-ha-ha, that sounded just like him. Don't tell me. You believe in that too, Shannon-chan. Yes, she really exists. If you leave things lying around, the witch will prank you and hide them. It's true. Gotten into trouble many times because of it. A witch hiding things? That's totally impossible. So she's taken on the identity of... Well, I mean, she's always Shannon, I guess, right? Or no, they call her Yasu, but... But now she's Shannon? After all, there's no way witches could exist. Oh. There's no way they could exist. Witches. I thought they were just pranks. No, it was just easier to think of it that way. Do you think the witch Beatrice actually existed? I don't believe it. I don't know if it was Beatrice. But I do think that something inhuman really did exist in that mansion. Do you think there's a chance that this non-human thing was Beatrice? Ridiculous. I wish I could say it was ridiculous. That must have been a prank of Yasu's. No, not a prank. Revenge. I did think that at first, but... Did something happen that couldn't be explained away as a prank? It was persistent and creepy. What kinds of things happened, specifically? Things I set down would disappear as soon as I looked away for a second. Didn't Yasu just hide them? I thought so at first. It was only natural to think that, but I started getting this feeling that something wasn't right. I kept thinking, could such a timid kid really get away with something so obnoxious? Can you tell us what happened? When my keyring disappeared, it was easy to think that Yasu snatched it when I wasn't looking. But when a single key disappeared off my keyring and reappeared somewhere completely different, I couldn't think of it that way. Maybe Yasu just pulled that one key off while you weren't looking. Is that even possible? Practically speaking, hiding the whole ring is one thing, but if you really think about it, taking a single key off the keyring isn't that easy. The keys would clatter together. I was standing right next to them, just facing the other way. Get it? If you took your time removing a key when I was that close, even an idiot like me would have noticed. So she's like very good at pickpocketing. But a single key just vanished without a sound. At that moment I finally realized, this wasn't Yasu trying to get back at me. No, it was something worse. And where did you find this disappearing key? It was in my locker. Well, you can be pretty absent-minded, Belne. Are you sure you didn't just take that key off and put it in your locker? Why would I take that key off the ring? Have you ever taken a key off or put a key on your key ring, Asne? I tried doing it myself. It's really stiff. I'd never go to all that trouble. There'd be no point. Am I a sleepwalker or something? How could I not remember something I've done? It may be stupid, but I'm not that stupid. I don't forget about things I do that easily. And anyway, I know I have my key with me when I enter the room. Otherwise, how could I have unlocked the door? Okay then. Yasu, careful not to make any sound. Just slip the key off and hid it in your locker. That has to be it. That's what I thought at first. I jumped at Yasu, telling that kid not to mess with me. But even as I said it, I realized, isn't there something completely wrong here? After all, on that day, we were cleaning that room with Yasu the whole time, right? There wouldn't have been time for Yasu to noisily remove a key. It was impossible for Yasu. In fact, it should have been impossible for anyone. Oh, but they're calling her Yasu. Okay. Maybe the ring was missing a master key when you got it. I already told you. The key really was there in the beginning. I was the one who locked that room. So it must have been there. And then I went into the room. I'm stupid, and since I hate having the keys clattering around, I placed the ring on the bed. Then, when we finished cleaning, I picked up the ring, tried to lock the door, and it was gone. I may have turned my back on the ring, but it was right next to me. So, someone tried to pull a prank by removing just one key. I'd have heard the clinking. And yet, just the key for that room vanished and appeared again in my locker. So, okay, let's say that Yasu managed to sneak it away. It's easier to think of that way. But still, how could Yasu put it in my locker? Yasu and I were together the whole time, right? When I started yelling about it being gone and ran all over the place looking for it, Yasu was with me until the moment I found it in my locker. Get it? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Well, we're filling our quota. Even as I jumped at Yasu, I began to feel it. I mean, Yasu's eyes seemed to be saying it silently. According to Yasu, the things used to go missing all the time wasn't because Yasu was forgetful, as everyone said, but actually, it was because impossible things would suddenly happen, just like they had to me. And Yasu was with you the whole time, so there was no chance for Yasu to put the key in the locker. Did other strange things like that happen? Yeah, they did. Afterwards, other things happened. Not just things disappearing over and over. Of course, I started getting nervous and made sure not to put things down in places like that, but that didn't help. At first, I was angry at Yasu, but at some point, I began to realize that I was mistaken. One time, a key even disappeared from the ring that I'd left in my pocket. Then I realized, these weren't Yasu's pranks. The same thing that happened to Yasu was now happening to me. Calm down a bit. I think some of those were Yasu's fault, and the others were just being clumsy. It's true that the mansion's always dark and eerie, and it does feel like the sort of place you'd find a curse. I'm sure that's what made you scared like that. You saw it too, didn't you? Remember that vanishing white shadow we saw in the VIP room that rainy day? Vanishing white shadow. Yes, I saw. But couldn't that have just been Madam or Milady wearing something white? What do you mean, something white? Have you ever seen either of them wearing something like that? And besides, that VIP room is always locked. They don't have keys to it. That had to have been some kind of ghost. No. The silhouette of the witch. Ha. Ha ha ha. So basically, Belne started acting like this. Totally scared. Got more street smarts than her. So the more scared she was, the more I thought that witches were stupid and couldn't exist. Still, I had to be careful about what I said. I mean, I realized that this wasn't something I should talk about carelessly. All ghost stories and curses sound stupid to outsiders, but to the people who believe in them, it's absolutely not a joking matter. It really was, no joke. Esne didn't believe a word of what I said, so I eventually stopped telling her about it, and confessed to Yasu instead. I told Yasu, I thought you were the culprit, but it couldn't have been you. I said that something strange was happening to me. And what was that kid's answer? Yasu said that the same thing had happened many times already, but no one else believed any of it. In the first place, the older servants always made fun of Yasu. That kid clearly wasn't as clumsy or stupid as they said. I hated having a younger person tell me what to do, so I always resisted. But Yasu always got our work done flawlessly. I always thought it strange that people made fun of Yasu for losing things. I was sure then, it existed. Some strange, inhuman thing existed in this mansion. And that thing was the witch, Beatrice? If that's what you want to call it, I'll believe it. Anyway, something that couldn't be explained away by human actions definitely existed there. People who didn't understand kept calling Yasu and me forgetful. They didn't get it. They just didn't get it. Still, it did freak you out for a while, but then you got a lot better. After that, all that fuss about you losing things went away, right? So it must have been your imagination the whole time. You're wrong. I talked to Yasu, to Shannon, and Kumasawa-san and the others about it. And they said that the witch really did exist. The old servants all made sure to respect her. They said I'd been cursed because I had stupidly gone around saying that Beatrice didn't exist. So I reformed. Yasu taught me how to give offerings to the doll in the VIP room. I asked Genji-sama for permission and prayed at the shrine by the sea. And then it all stopped, all at once. You were okay, Asni, since you stopped making fun of the witch partway through. But if you'd cluelessly gone on making fun of her, you'd surely have been cursed next. Yes, I guarantee it. You definitely would have been cursed. I guess. Even I was creeped out by Deep 2. Never said it out loud, but you just don't get it. You really don't. So I made sure to teach all the newer servants as well. Which called Beatrice-sama lives in this mansion. If you make fun of her, you really will be cursed. Baone. When things disappeared, that was a sign that the witch was close by and watching us. If you said it was a prank or that witches couldn't exist, you'd be cursed even more. It was like that for both Yasu and me, when the key disappeared. That was a sign that the witch had appeared. No. Bene-san carelessly tossed her keyring on the bed again, humming as she started to clean. No matter how much I've warned her, she doesn't change her ways. She's always making fun of me and calling me Yasu, so she won't listen to what I tell her. Why won't she listen to what I say? You mustn't leave things lying carelessly about. If you lower your guard, the witch will prank you. Look at that delicious keyring. Stop it, please. That's Bene-san's key. Keep your pranking to me alone. Let the others be. With how cautious you've grown, you're no fun anymore. Cackle, cackle. Just kidding. Still, how unpleasant these people are, refusing to listen to my friend's kindly advice. Any insult to my friend, and I take as an insult to myself. You planning to steal Bene-san's key? Please, don't do it. She'll think I hid it again. She thinks my magic's not but the scheme of a child like you. Cackle, cackle. Very well then. Let's just show her something that would be impossible for a human. Let's show her my magic. Foolish Bene. I'll make you regret not listening to my friend's advice. This flimsy body is not enough. I'm borrowing yours. It's been too long since I've shown you real magic. Let my body return to the land of the living for just a moment. Huh? Ah. Shiver ran up my whole body like an electric shock. From that moment onwards, I couldn't move any part of my body by my own will. Like a moment of shock after a blackout. I could do nothing but accept the fact that I had lost control over myself. All of the cells throughout my body felt tingly. Felt as though my body had been transformed into someone else's. I realized that the witch Beatrice was using my body as a vessel to revive for a short period of time. Very nice. That ticklish feeling of the air on my skin. Having a body is simply wonderful. What are you trying to do? Please, don't do anything mean. This time, everything was backwards. My words were spoken inside my heart, and the witch's voice was coming out of my mouth. Fear not. I will give your body back soon enough. I just need to teach her a lesson with a little prank. Won't do anything foolish that might earn you her suspicion. Come, try and remember. Where have you been sleeping? Everything went completely white, and my mind stopped. Once again, that tingling sensation slid up my body. I could feel it all gather in the fingers of both my hands, and come out the tips of my fingers. It was an unfathomable, indescribable, unknown sensation. My head went blank, and I couldn't think at all. I could do nothing but abandon my soul to the sensation. I finally understood. This is what it's like to use magic. Come, try and remember. Where have you been sleeping? My finger was moved like a puppet's and danced around as though I was conducting music. I never knew that having my body move without my control could be so exciting. And there to lift my finger as if a string was attached to it. The keyring lying on the bed stood on end. Bene-san didn't notice. Neither did Asni-san. They were fully occupied by their happy chat as they cleaned the room. Not that either of them would have dreamed that a witch was right behind them, readying herself to use magic. They probably couldn't even imagine a keyring doing a little dance right behind their backs. It was like a cartoon fairy tale I'd seen once as a kid. The happy way the keys danced and spun made it look as though they had a will of their own. I could feel the fun of making those keys dance with my fingers wash over me. Yes, this is pleasure. As I powerlessly watched the witch control me, I couldn't help but surrender myself to this new joy called magic. Whoops, that won't do. The whole ring disappears, my friend will be suspected again. All we need... Yes, we just need the key to this room to disappear. They had to control my fingers, controlling the magic. thereby controlling the keys. The keyring slumped down on the bed. And then just the mansion's master key stood on end. Well now, what shall I do with this? Merely erasing it would be quite boring. So, cackle cackle. Why don't I throw it into her locker? That will give my friend, who's been working here with her the whole time, a splendid alibi. Come, try and remember. Where have you been sleeping? Yes, it was a warm, dark place. The inside of Belmay's locker. Cackle, cackle, cackle. When Beata snapped her fingers, the key burst and became a gold butterfly. A gold butterfly? I see. It's gold because she's the Golden Witch, who gave the Master all of his gold. And butterflies are scared of spiderwebs, so it's a gold butterfly. The minions of the Witch Beatrice are gold butterflies. After flitting into the air, it burst into a shower of gold sparks and disappeared. And then the vanished key was in Belmay's locker. Though it was far away in a changing room locker, I could tell exactly how it had happened. It wasn't by sight or by touch. It was by some other sense inside my heart, which couldn't be explained by the five senses. A completely new sensation that I'd never felt before. It was a completely alien concept called magic. A completely unknown pleasure that left me in a trance. That's enough, my friend. I'll give this body back to you. I felt as though I'd been spinning through space until gravity suddenly came back and threw me to the ground. Like when you're having a great dream, but you wake up suddenly, and all you remember about the dream was that it was fun. That sort of lonely feeling. The Beato had been borrowing my body. It was my own body that used magic. I could still feel that sensation in my hands. The keyring over there had danced along with the movements of my fingers. No, that's not quite it. The keyring and my fingers danced together. That fun, that excitement, still tingled slightly in my hands. Whoops, that was close. Saying this, Belne-san suddenly turned around and picked up the keyring she had thrown down on the bed. She must have realized that I was staring at it. Almost had Yasu complain that I shouldn't leave keys lying about like this. I'd never put something down and forget about it. With a grin, she put the key back into her pocket. However, she still hadn't noticed. She probably couldn't even imagine that just a single key had vanished while her back was turned for a second. It's not easy for a human to do things like that. But with magic, just a little dance of the keys and a butterfly popping, it had disappeared. Okay, fingertip inspection. Bed, okay. Curtains, okay. Tools, okay. And keys too. See? Nothing wrong, right? Yes, that's good. Well, let's go on to the next room. Belne-san, could you lock up this room for me? Sure. Did Belne-san's key really disappear by magic? Was that fun magic just a daydream I had? I was so scared of that being true that I tested it. Huh? What's wrong? Why are you taking so long? Huh? Wait, are you kidding me? What's wrong? It's not this one. And it isn't this one. Huh? What the? What is it? Do you want me to lock it? I don't get it. What's going on? My master's key... My master key's gone. Just my master key is gone. Why? This ring's so stiff. There's no way it'd come off. I could faintly feel that tingling sensation right across my fingers again. You're so good at pickpocketing. At night, as I gazed at the ceiling from the bed in my dorm room, I looked at my hands. Couldn't sleep. The excitement from the time those keys danced was still there in my fingers. Is this how how witches always feel? I have a friend who's a witch called Beatrice. She always used to pull pranks on me with her strange magic. Because I saw this all the time, I thought I knew what magic was. But today, she had possessed my body and used magic with it. The sensation of magic that I finally felt at that time still held my heart entranced. It was a completely unknown pleasure. After all, by moving my fingertips, I could make the key dance as I wished. It was a strange miracle of magic, something humans could not do. I still couldn't let go of that excitement. Shannon, are you awake? What is it? Shannon was still awake. Shannon is always early to bed, early to rise. By getting to bed early, all of her weariness disappears by the next day. She lives a model life, one that all servants should respect and admire. If I want to become a loved, respected servant like Shannon, I'll need to act that way too. However, I wasn't confident that I could do that anymore. I guess I can't become like you after all. What do you mean? This is a bit abrupt. You were my ideal. Always. Yeah. Everyone in the Fukuin house loves you and is kind to you. Since you always played with me, you're the only friend I've ever had. You're also a wonderful servant. You can carry out any task in the Ushirimiya mansion about both flawlessly and gracefully. You were the target I longed to reach. That's what you were to me. Yeah. Let's give it our all together. As they say, perseverance prevails. Everyone will grow to acknowledge you more and more. So let's aim to become wonderful servants together. I'm gonna stop being a servant. Huh? Instead of a servant, I'd rather be a witch. What do you mean by witch? I did, and still do. Wish I could be a servant, loved and relied upon by everybody. But right now, I want to be a witch. Even more. Well, that's... Huh? Shannon was confused. It was hardly surprising. All this about quitting as a servant was at least understandable. But she didn't know how to answer after hearing that her roommate wanted to become a witch. A witch. Beatrice. You see, today, Beatrice possessed me and used my body to do magic. That unknown world felt so thrilling. It was much more thrilling when I learned that I'd been selected as an Ushirimiya family servant. It was like learning about a new world. As though I'd been living in a world of darkness all my life and thought I knew what the world was like. And then finally learned what light was, and saw the world for the first time. It was joy. Excitement. I had to only use my fingers, made a keyring dance, and turned a key into a butterfly before hiding it in a locker. But I'd understood it with my body. If I'd moved my fingers a different way, the ring could have flown into the air instead of just dancing. And I could have turned it into a scurrying lizard instead of a butterfly. I could have done anything. True, Beatrice's magical power was still weak. It all happened in the little world behind the backs of the servants who were filled with anti-magic toxin. However, inside that tiny, short-lived world, I could do anything at all. Beato just happened to settle on making them dance, turning the key into a butterfly. But if she'd wanted to, she could have done anything else. The endless sensation of that free, unrestricted power, I could still feel it in my fingertips. Could it be that, along with that sensation, the fragment of that magical power might also remain? I can tell. It's still there. There's still just a bit of it there, along with that sensation. I can do it. I can still do it. A single spot of golden light suddenly lit up in this dark room. It was right between my clasped hands. When I slowly opened them, I could see a single dot that sparkled gold. What? Shannon didn't know what the light meant. How could light appear from the palm of my hands? Yet even with this miracle right in front of her, she couldn't understand what it was. She just sat there with her mouth open in disbelief. However, to me, this was just the return of that bit of sensation in my fingertips. The golden dot spread out and became a small gold butterfly. It flapped its wings and scattered gold sparks about like a cartoon fairy. To Shannon, it probably just looked as though a gold butterfly was flapping its wings. Of course, that alone was a miracle that she could hardly grasp. But to me, it was like a remote control plane in the shape of a butterfly. I could control that gold butterfly however I wanted, not clumsily with threads. I could make it flap, dance, play through the air as I wished. I was taking a walk through the air as that little butterfly. The golden glitz of it pierced the darkness of the small room as it danced about freely. It was an entrancing pleasure. However, that sensation in my fingers began to weaken. I could tell that the few magic butterfly scales left in my fingers were going away. Finally, the gold butterfly flashed and turned to dust like a firework run out of juice, falling down and disappearing without a trace. What on earth just happened? This is magic. It's really fun. Magic? Yeah, magic. There was still some magic left in my fingers, so I was able to use it. But if I became a real witch, I'll be able to use it whenever and however I want, to do anything. Now that I've learned how fun this can be, I don't want to go back to being human. Being a servant is just too boring, so I'm going to become a witch. But become a witch? Wait. I've already made my decision, Shannon. It's been fun. I'll give you this room. You can use it by yourself. Later. Goodbye. Wait! Shannon called out repeatedly for me to wait. A massive planetarium swallowed me up. In the sea of the pitch-black starry sky, I was alone. We are alone here. I'm done acting the part of the servant. I'm going to modify this world. Indeed. Understood. In that case, what will you do? Being a one-on-one for servant like Shannon wouldn't be bad. But now that I know how fun it is to be a witch, that feels like a boring dream. I can't go back anymore. What will happen to Shannon? Shannon can just be Shannon, stay as a respected servant. She'll stay the same, but from now on it won't be the two of us together, but her alone. Farewells are sudden. It's not the phrase. Very well. Being fickle makes life more entertaining. And what of you? I want to become a witch. I want to become Beato. But I'm already Beatrice. You'll still be a witch, and my friend. I'm modifying the world so that Beato's me. So, I'll be a witch who's a friend of Beatrice. Pretty much. So from now on, you're a different witch. I understand. Then what will be my new name? I'll put that on hold until I can think of one. You'll be nameless for a while. Sorry about the trouble. Not at all, not at all. This is my precious name we're talking about. You had better take your time and think carefully about it. Cackle. You've been Beatrice's friend since she was young, and couldn't use magic yet. When we first met each other, you'd always hide my things and make fun of me. I see. And when Beatrice finally learns the ways of magic, I become a friend and on an equal footing with her. Perhaps that would make me a sort of big sister to you. Yeah, that sounds nice. What are we going to do about how we talk? Beatrice's voice is that of a woman of high station. Shall I give that to you as well? Yeah. I'll inherit the way she talks. Indeed, I comprehend. Or perhaps I shouldn't say it like that. I'll need to find a good way to sound like Beatrice's big sister, like Witch Friend. Yeah. Or should it be... Indeed. Now there's a nice, dignified voice. Okay then, how about... No, wait. Then what of my appearance? Good point. You've got a sort of blood-red witch look. Why not choose a different color for yourself? When Beatrice wanders the mansion at night, she is often seen dressed in white. Yes, I suppose ghosts are classically white. A witch in a white dress. Let's try putting it all together. Only a different look than the witch in the demon red dress. A white, noble witch. Unlike the time with the red witch, I'm thinking about my own look now. So I'd like to make it beautiful and cute if I can. A white dress, noble look. One of noble blood, but with a dark, sarcastic streak. No, she's like a tomboy princess, so her voice is a mix of formality and rudeness. Then the dress should be the exact opposite, to make a nice contrast. Then what of this form? Is this the form of the new Beatrice? How beautiful. Just like a noble princess. I've taken a liking to this form. This will be quite satisfactory. So... she looks like Claire? Not bad. You look great, Beata. I like it. Sure do like this form. Now, if you can keep this up and give me a wonderful name, that'd be great. If I have to go around nameless for too long, I'll get all sulky. Fear not, shall find you a splendid name. But first, there's something I must consider. What shall be the form of my magic? Hiding objects and transporting them instantaneously is your theme. So I must think of my own particular theme of magic. When I use magic, gold butterflies will float about. Not backing down on that part. Diego, perfect. It really would make you a golden witch. Then the weaknesses such as spiderwebs and the sacred mirror in the shrine will also go to you. Indeed. Even an all-powerful witch needs a few small weaknesses to keep things interesting. Then let us do it like so. If I touch a spiderweb, it will burn me. Silently, a silvery spider dropped down vertically. When she sees the portrait, that's when she takes on that form, I guess? Beato, now in her new form, lightly touched the silver spiderweb that trailed out behind it. As she did, there was a faint sound of flesh burning, and a thin burn was left across her fingers. Beatrice can't stand spiderwebs. That was one of the weaknesses of the evil spirits Kimosawa-san spoke of. Since the witch Beatrice had revived thanks to the power of those evil spirits, she had also inherited their weaknesses. Therefore, sacred mirrors are another one of my weaknesses. However, that sacred mirror in the shrine isn't too likely to appear in front of me often. That's not so fun. Then, while mirrors with sacred power will obviously be a weakness, let us make mirrors themselves a weakness too. You often hear that mirrors have magical powers. Isn't that nice? Sounds just like a witch. If I look at a mirror, it feels as though my magical power is being sucked out. So I shall try to avoid them. Indeed, that could be quite amusing. If I really think about it, I'm bad with mirrors whether I make that rule or not. No matter who I want or strive to be, the only face that will ever show in a mirror is the heartlessly pathetic and realistic face of Yasu. So that's why. Mirrors, which always force me to face my shabby reality, are something I always want to avoid. That's right, I hate mirrors. I don't want to see my pitiful self. You don't need to decide everything at once. It's fun to build a world one little bit at a time. True. I understand. I shall enjoy life as a witch as I slowly expand my world. That tiny dark room is no place for you to sleep now. Indeed. I am the Golden Witch. I am the ruler of Aokunjima's night, and the nighttime mansion belongs to me. That is where I should make my home, is it not? A room for Beatrice? Haha, isn't it obvious? Yeah, that's right. That wonderful room on the second floor of the mansion. VIP room of the witch just has to be Beatrice's room. Oh, that's right. From this evening forward, that room in the nighttime mansion shall be my dwelling place. Why didn't I think of that myself? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Well, let's go, Beto. We're gonna drink tea together. We'll need a much better room than that cramped one. Indeed. That room is too crude for entertaining friends and serving tea. We shall change rooms. Let's go, my friend. So, this is goodbye to Shannon. When I looked at my feet, I could see my own dorm room far beneath me. I could see Shannon, who had dashed up to the bed I lay on, and had been saying, "Wait," at the moment time froze. She was as rigid as a doll. Looking down at it from this height, well, it did look like a small dollhouse. So long, Shannon. The days I spent as a human, with you as a goal, and constant comfort, were truly fun. If I had never learned the joys of magic and awakened as a witch, everything would doubtlessly have remained as it was. I was your only close friend too, wasn't I? Please forgive me for erasing that friend so suddenly. As a parting gift, I will erase me from your world. Starting now, this will not be a two-person room. It will be a single-person room, with just you in it. I hope you continue to strive for your ideal, try to become a kind, reliable servant, loved by everyone. Yasu. The stupid, clumsy servant who lost things all the time doesn't exist anymore. So long, Shannon. When I mature as the witch Beatrice and stride through the nighttime mansion where I will, I may bump into you as you do your nighttime rounds. However, when I meet you again, it will not be a reunion. It will be a first meeting. After all, though you have heard the rumors of the witch Beatrice, you have never met her. So long, Shannon. Let us meet again in some time and spin up some fun tale. So I guess, what is it, 2 years late? 2 years before? Wait, what? What? What was I doing? Was I talking in my sleep? Apparently I'd gotten out of bed, stretched my hand out towards it, and said, "Wait, this isn't the first time I've woken up to find myself saying something strange, but I don't remember ever waking up to find myself out of bed and standing up. Could this be what they call sleepwalking? Am I just tired? Gotta sleep. Gotta get back to sleep." I turned around to face my bed. My bed wasn't there. There was no bed in this room except the one I just turned my back on. If I'm the only one in this room, and the only bed is the one behind me, that must mean it's my bed. I feel it's wrong for some reason. The bed sheets are all disarranged, as though someone had slipped out of them. Who did? This is a single-person room with me in it, right? So, that there's my bed, and the traces of someone's crawling out. Mean that I was just sleeping there until a second ago? But for some reason, that bed doesn't feel like my bed. However, through all the other kids' shared rooms, I, Shannon, was given a single-person room. So there's only one bed. And it must be mine. Am I just tired? I wonder. Hello, JPPP. Hey, Nara. How's it going? So, Pipa Koopa. So Shannon, I mean, I guess they're one body, right? So Yasu has decided to become Beatrice, and then erased Shannon's memory of Yasu ever existing. So now it's just Shannon. I guess Shannon doesn't. Yeah, she just doesn't know. Somehow. But how does Canon come into the picture then? I must just be half asleep. School starts early tomorrow morning. And when school ends, I want to go to the mansion, help out with some work, and talk to Kumasawa-san about the mystery novel I just read. Yeah, then who's Canon? That's the question. Time to sleep. I'm probably just so worn out that I'm imagining things. Good night, Shannon. Just crawl in bed and close your eyes. You won't have to think about anything complicated. Split personality? You read something? I don't know if it's spoilers. Something about Shannon? I mean, maybe it's spoilers, but we haven't... Because there's one thing that I know, but we haven't gotten there yet, so I can't say it unless it happens. So maybe. Maybe it's the same thing. You won't have to think about anything complicated. I went back into my bed. Felt a bit uncomfortable to crawl into a bed that wasn't mine. Still. Might just be because I'm getting so sleepy, but it's starting to feel as though this is my bed after all. I'm just half asleep. I am Shannon. Lonely servant. I mess up from time to time. But I want to become a kind servant whom everyone loves. Good night. Me. Something that's apparently not mentioned in the game, a developer said in an interview. So this is me theorizing. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I think it is like split personality, but... Yeah, how does Kennen fit in? How is he born? Oh, I am one, yet many. I've had enough of playing the servant. Oh. Also this song. Nice. Yasu said that this is her form, so she looks like Claire. But I think I said it earlier. Yeah, it's a good song. When Kinzo puts up the portrait of Beatrice, that's when Yasu's gonna change her form. That's my theory. I've had enough of playing the servant. I've had enough of being human. From this night forth, I am Beatrice, the Golden Witch Beatrice, who has lived for 1,000 years. Praise me, servants. Have fear when you're chosen for the night shift. The nighttime mansion, everything's mine, for that is my time. Oh, I am one, yet many. Yes, let our world swallow up everything. But it's like the raging seas. Well now, let us drink the mysterious moon dry tonight, with this human book as a side dish. You call this a mystery? You call this a closed room? You call this a crime impossible for humans? Don't make me laugh. With all these holes and weak points, you call this a crime impossible for humans? Is there no splendid closed room magic that can do my name justice? No, not here, not there either. All of them pathetic. It's enough to make one giggle, but now I'm not sure which is the side dish. The moon, the book. So is Kennen and Shannon never in the same room this entire time? See, that's the thing, because they've shown it where they both were. They've interacted with each other. So... In the last episode, they did split them. But... Yeah, I don't know. But were other people in the room? Yeah? Because they were in the dining hall at one point. Servicing the brothers, the siblings. So I'm sure we'll get like the this is what actually happened at some point. Man, I don't know, this game is too confusing, right? I'm sure they'll present the scenes that we've seen before and they'll show it. Yeah, I wanna see how that works. If I get tired of mystery, I can change myself into a butterfly. I can float about the island, the mansion, the vast forest at will. Yeah, because in episode 2, Canon shows up with a holdings chest and he kills Nanjo and Kumasawa. And Shannon's in the room, and then she goes away, and comes back and kills Canon somehow. I don't know. The vast forest at will. I'll follow those cowardly servants as they do their nighttime rounds. When they check to see that a window is locked, they'll see me laughing at them in the reflection on the glass. I can be fickle and do as I please. Pranks at night should be a lot of fun. Okay, I've decided. Let's play like that starting tonight. Cackle, cackle. How amusing. What amusement this night shall bring. In the world of witches, the only limits to your fun are the limits of your imagination. My imagination shall become the source of my magical power. Splendid. It shall all be so fun. I shall expand it infinitely, and let it swallow the whole island. The island's night will be all mine. Oh, how refined and pleasant are the days of a witch. Oh, I am one, yet many. Ki-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Ki-ha-ha-ha-ha. Here's to the wonderful world of witches. Monka face. Oh, man. No, chapter 5. I'm guessing we're gonna finish all the chapters, but then what happens then? It wouldn't be the end of the game, I don't think. That'd be too short of a too short an episode. Did you check the bathroom amenities? Yep, went down the whole list. Did you make sure they were facing the right way when you set them down? Yes, of course. Everything's as the list says. Giggle. Thanks. Genji-sama, the guest rooms are ready now. Good work. Make sure you check over everything with your own eyes, Shannon. Also, Madam has ordered us to change the tablecloth in the dining hall again. My. Why again when we all worked so hard to change it earlier today? The color of that tablecloth simply does not fit. Once I saw it against the backdrop of the room, I could see that it matched terribly. We should use a different tablecloth. Oh, did you make sure to clean the chandelier in the parlor? I don't want Ava-san looking up and saying, "Oh, is that dust? And even a spiderweb? Again?" Do not worry. It has already been carefully cleaned and checked. I will now perform a final check on everything myself. Is that so? Well, very well. I will also check everything over at the very end. Shannon, take the young servants and prepare a new tablecloth. Try to find something white with a table with a bit more of a clean feeling. Yes, as you wish. Natsu was even more high-strung than normal, and walked about barking orders here and there. Even though the sky was beginning to get dark, the servants moved hurriedly about. Tomorrow is the annual family conference. It isn't particularly rare for each of the individual families to visit the island, but this is the only time that they all come together. It was the most important day of the year for both the Ushirimiya family and Rakenjima. So it's gotta be before 84. Natsu, who is short-tempered on top of being high-strung, kept ordering that the servants redo this or that, since it really didn't look good after all. This would keep them going until late into the night. When did Kennen join? Cause he's like 15 years old? 16 years old? I don't know. I thought it was like 5 years before. Now that Shannon had many years of experience and Natsu had put her in a position of responsibility, she was called over many times to have strict orders showered on her. So when Shannon finished her shower and lay down on the bed in the servant waiting room, She fell asleep almost immediately. I could hear the sound of wind coming from somewhere far away. It's a bit different from the sound wind outside a room would make. It's almost as though I'm sitting in a deck chair in the rose garden. Turning over in my sleep, with the feel of the wind in my hair. That's right, the feel. This isn't a sound, it's a feeling. Then is this a dream? Just as I was about to accept this theory, I thought I heard someone talk to me. So she sleepwalks? My. Seems the work of a servant is just as boring as it ever was. Not only boring, but difficult, strict, constraining, joyless. All you get in return for your years of service is some level of respect from the newer servants. Even that is far from sufficient to repay you for all the hard work you've done. Also, hold on. Okay, never mind. Why do you not tire of this life? Huh? Who? She wasn't just imagining someone talking to her. She was shocked to find that it was real. When Shannon opened her eyes, she gulped. Oh? This place. She couldn't say any more. She was literally stunned and silent. Shannon, who had been sleeping on a bed, was somehow in a rose garden. However, though this rose garden somehow resembled the rose garden on Rakanjima, it was also completely different. After all, the roses were golden. It wasn't just the flowers, but the dancing butterflies, too. It was a golden rose garden of mysterious beauty. Somehow Shannon was sitting in a chair under the arbor. It was as though she'd taken a nap there and woken up from a dream. But it felt strange. Is this golden rose garden a dream? For some strange reason, it felt as though my entire life up to this point had been a dream, and that I'd finally wakened here. Welcome, Shannon. Welcome to my golden rose garden. There was that voice again. Shannon looked around to find out who it was. As she did, a golden butterfly landed on the seat across from her and instantly created a human form. It has been quite some time, Shannon. Have you been well? Of course, I know you have been. After all, I've been watching all of you every day. This woman laughed as though she was an old friend of Shannon's. However, Shannon obviously didn't remember this strange gold rose garden, and she didn't remember this person's face either. Indeed. You no longer remember me, do you? Have I forgotten about you? So please forgive me. There's no need to apologize. I made you that way, so it is no sin of yours. Let me introduce myself. I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Beatrice-sama? The benefactor of the Ushimea family, whom the master always speaks of? Not that Beatrice. I'm the Golden Witch, the one who rules over Rakanjima's night. I am the other master of the mansion, the one you always pay homage to. Excuse me. You are... Beatrice. Sama. My brain is hurting trying to think about this, right? I'm sure it'll be more clear. Ha 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 ha. You need not fear. The two of us used to be friends. No, roommates, did we not? At one time, I idolized you and tried to be the best servant I could. I've always had a single-person room, so I couldn't have had a... When we last parted, I stole away your memory. However, I have not forgotten that we were once roommates. I also remember that I was the one who destroyed our friendship and left. So, as to not leave you alone in sadness, I erased all of your memories in the very world of our days together. You do not need to understand, but believe this, I have not called you here to do your harm. Isn't this inside one of my dreams? You may think of it that way. Strictly speaking, I beckoned your soul to my garden while you were sleeping, to invite you to be a resident of this world. Beatrice snapped her fingers, and a storm of gold butterflies all rose up around the rose garden. As a cloud of butterflies danced over the table, a gorgeous tea set appeared. There were teacups and a teapot, more elegant even than those used by the Ushimiya family. The tea was filled to the brim and had a sweet rose scent, one which Shannon had never smelled before. Before there was even time to be amazed by that scent, butterflies started gathering one by one on the table, and a tea stand sprouted right out of it. It was like watching a magical mushroom from a fairy tale kingdom grow out of the ground. It was a many-layered tea stand filled with beautiful cakes like edible jewels. Of course, there were also several lovely light brown scones. The honey truly was golden honey, with bits of gold leaf dancing through it. It seems the Ushimiya family holds tea parties from time to time, but those cannot compare to mine. Incredible! I've never seen anything like this. Cackle, cackle. Even if you did, it would only have been as a waitress. You are my friend. I need no waitress. After all, I am a witch. That is more than enough. Come, do not be shy. Stuff yourself to your heart's content. Thank you. Very much. That was all Shannon managed to say. It would be hard for anyone to say much more after being suddenly invited to such a beautiful witch tea party. Let us begin with black tea. The milk is fresh and the sugar is so delectable that you almost want to eat it raw. But I recommend you try your tea straight first, with nothing more than a single rose petal floating on the top. It will surely be so delicious that you'll be unable to drink the black tea of the human world ever again. Laughing happily, Beatrice opened, not a sugar pot, but a rose petal pot. Picked up a single crimson petal and floated it on her tea after relishing its scent. Shannon did the same, picking up a single petal and smelling its aroma. It smells so wonderful. Is this really the scent of the roses in this world? I'm glad you enjoy it. I bred this rose simply for the purpose of using the petals of black tea. If you crush them, they're also splendid for making jam. That goes better with scones than anything else imaginable. Do you want to try? Sure, just a bit. Shin had been invited to this witch tea party suddenly. However, the witch seemed so truly innocent, and her smile as she played the hostess was so happy that it made Shannon want to smile too. The tension in Shannon's heart gradually faded. She started to enjoy her chat with this witch. Servant work really is tiring, I remember well, particularly cleaning the windowsills in the chapel. Not surprising, so you worked as a servant once, too. For a short time. You probably don't remember, but I worked alongside you. I was a clumsy fool who always lost things. You were my idea of a perfect servant and the person I looked up to. That makes me even more sorry that I can't remember. There is no need for apologies. Here you are not a servant, but my friend and guest. There are no inconveniences here, no trials nor boredom. I can give you anything you desire. That is how much power I currently possess. I want to let you know that I have now reached that level. I'm truly grateful to you for welcoming one with so few redeeming features in such an extravagant way. Cackle. Think of it as a reward for all the painful days you have withstood. Come, gold butterflies. Don't let my friend get bored. Show her a little dance. When you have tired of that, allow me to call the band to perform any song you would like. When you have tired of that, our refined familiars will show you some conjuring tricks. Fear not, for time is endless here, and I can grant you your wishes endlessly. My tea party has no end. In a truly good mood, the witch told Shannon several strange stories. They were all stories Shannon had never heard before. Very interesting stories. They were all odd, bizarre fairy tales. Shannon felt as though she had become Alice in Wonderland. The time she spent at this tea party was strange, pleasant, and relaxed. No, The clocks have no hands at this tea party. So the time passed like a Sunday morning, and you can wrap yourself in your blanket for as long as you want. Truly cozy. Can't express how grateful I am to you for this. There is no need for thanks. In the human world, words of thanks go along with words of farewell, do they not? There will be no end to this tea party, so there is no need for thanks either. Giggle. I'll still thank you. Thank you so much, Beatrice-sama, for this wonderful tea party. But all dreams must end, and so must this one. Oh, and when must they end? Because I start early tomorrow. If I stay here talking too long, I'll sleep in. Madam will give me a good scolding. Ha 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 ha. Why are you so anxious to return to the world of that short-tempered Natsuki? Really now, are you truly saying you want to return to the human world where it's all work and no rewards? But I am human. I can't impose myself on you forever. Shannon, it seems that you do not understand. I invited you here, but I have no desire to chase you away again. Here, time is eternal. You are not obligated to say farewell, not ever. I will never tire of enjoying tea with you. On the contrary, it is quite agreeable to have you not here to talk to. Or to have you here to talk to. Jesus. I'm grateful for your words, but I am human. I must return to my own world. Why do you want to return to that colorless world, where you waste all your time with school and your job and the family works you to the bone? Despite all that, it's still my world. Shannon, does that sort of world really need to be yours? Let me be honest with you, Shannon. I didn't just invite you here. I came to take you home. Take me home? Once, I tried to become a good servant like you. Then I became fascinated by witches, and became one myself, learning all the pleasures of magic. And now, I have come to take you home. Beatrice spoke quietly and slowly rose from her seat. Shannon, the world of witches truly is more fun than being a servant. This tea party is nothing more than a mere welcoming party for an old friend. We can hold as many fun festivities as we desire. That is the endless, the eternal. Now that this golden rose garden has been completed, I have reached my goal. This place is paradise. Yes, let us call it the Golden Paradise. Now that it has been completed, I have come to welcome you in. There's no need for any inconveniences, any perseverance or hard work. Here, you and I can enjoy ourselves for all eternity. It'll be like a never-ending fairy tale. I'm truly grateful for your splendid proposal. However, I need to go back to my original world. Why? Because this isn't my world. I acknowledge it. This is not the world you have lived in until now. That's why I've invited you here. From this point forth, this will be our world. You are no longer a guest. You are the second master of this world. You need to show no restraint for my sake. We'll just live in this endless world like we once lived as roommates. I regret that I have no memory of that time. However, I'll have to turn down your invitation. Why? What responsibility forces you to return? To the world of humans? True, the world of humans, or the world of servants, is busy all the time. Madam is strict, high-strung, and has a short temper. I'd be a lie if I said that the everyday chores weren't a pain, and having to balance work with school makes it even harder. Beatrice had watched over Shannon's painful days the whole time. She had seen those constantly tired shoulders heave in as high over and over. That was why she had invited Shannon here, to this golden paradise. She had tried to give Shannon a perfect welcome, to truly make her happy. So why had Shannon selected her original world over this one? Beatrice was overcome with shock and completely unable to understand. I have given you the perfect welcome to this paradise, and the days to follow will be even more fun. So, since you still choose the human world over all of that, Do you find something there that is even more fun than the pleasures of witches? That's right. There are things in the human world that are even more fun than magic. Absurd. That cannot be. Yes, it's true. Does she... She hasn't met George yet, right? Shannon's expression was soft. I mean, she has, but they haven't, like, relationship, right? Shannon's expression was soft, however, her words were firm. There was something wonderfully fascinating in the human world. And that something was apparently not in this paradise, where everything was supposedly just as they wanted it. Right, we haven't seen Battler in the 6 years prior. So I guess this is before that. Absurd. I don't understand. As Beatrice muttered, she shifted restlessly several times. However, no matter how often she said it, Shannon's smile didn't falter. Beatrice couldn't think of an answer. In that case, it's time for me to leave. Your tea was delicious. I don't understand. I'm the Great Golden Witch, the one who can have anything endlessly. You tell me that I cannot give you what you want. Yes. I think Battler would like Shannon because of her big boobs? Probably. I mean, if she looks like Shannon, like she was possessing Shannon at the time, then maybe that explains it. I want to know. I believe I had everything, so tell me, what is it I lack? What it is I lack? I think that you already know. Isn't that why you invited me here? Are you trying to speak in riddles to a witch? Cackle. That's all for now, then. I can't live here, though I'd be glad to come over whenever you invite me for tea. I won't call for you again. Have no fear of that. Yeah, so maybe her boobs are different? Maybe. I think it's so hard about Shannon's boobs. Booba. Is it Booba? It's Booba, right? There we go. Because it's actual plot. Beatrice snapped her fingers, and Shannon popped out of existence. Shannon's soul had returned to the dream of her original self. While humans have many dreams in a night, they can remember none of them. The tea party in this paradise mixed in with many other dreams and had vanished. Had vanished? And vanished. The next morning, Shannon would not remember this tea party. However, Shannon's cup remained here. The witch who had lost her guest and was standing alone looked all the more lonely. The witch dug her fingernails into the tablecloth. The grimace was, as she bit her lower lip, made it clear that she still hadn't solved the puzzle Shannon had left behind. Reesh! There's no need to worry about it. The black hole opened above Shannon's empty seat, and the owner of that voice fell out of it. I do worry. Ah, come on. How could she say it with such certainty? Maybe she just wanted to get back to sleep quickly, since dawn is coming soon. What pleasure could Shannon know that I do not? What is this something that can be found in the human world but not in my paradise? I don't understand. I want to know. Oh, is the chapter called The Element? Right, so it's love. Thinking about complicated stuff will just fuel your headache. I can be of service in Shannon's place. Let's enjoy a tea party together. I don't feel like it anymore. I'm bored of having tea parties with you. Aw, she's cranky. The witch shrugged and laughed, then took a bite out of a scone. I want scones. She then blew into it, and it swelled up like a balloon before finally popping. Golden ribbons and butterflies flew out, but Beatrice didn't appear to notice. Just what is it that I do not possess? What? So yeah, it has to be before 6. Oh, is this the year that Battler comes, though? Watch your step there. Thank you, Captain. Make sure you take good care of yourself. I've got a friend who sells the stuff that's supposed to be great for your stiff shoulders. I'll bring you a sample next time. Oh, no need to trouble yourself. Thanks for caring. Hey, brats. How long are you gonna mess around up there? Go. Let's go. Hey, Maria. Come down off the boat with Mama. Maria, Rosa, led by the hand, was still too young for kindergarten. However, she seemed to notice that her cousins, whom she rarely ever saw, were playing all around her. And she was very excited. Battler and George. Okay, so yeah, 6 years ago. Battler and George had the energy of middle school or nearly middle school kids. Those two, along with Jessica, who had met them on Najima, clamoring about on the boat. Little Maria, 3-year-old Maria. You okay, Asumu? Yeah, it is 6 years ago, because Asumu's here. Really don't like writing things, do you? Rudolph lent an arm to his wife, Asumu. Welcome to Rakanjima. Thank you for making such a long journey. The whole family had gathered for the conference. At this point in time, Rudolph's wife was still Asumu, and Angie hadn't been born. Koda and Canon hadn't yet been employed by the Ushirimiya family. Right, so Canon is, I think, 5 years, so he'll be the next year. And the witch's epitaph, which would toy with the family's fate, hadn't appeared yet. I probably couldn't even imagine the bizarre crime that they would encounter several years later. Big one. Kraus-sama, madam. The family has arrived. Good. Should I call for father? Please do. I will go welcome everyone. Shannon. Who cleaned this window frame? It still has dust on it. Quickly, wipe it off. As you wish, madam. Oh, come on. Natsu's making her workers so hard again. Just what good does she find in such a limited, ulcer-inducing life? I wanted to know. Shannon, what is it that you found? And what did you mean when you said I already knew what I was missing? Shannon, is this something I must learn by learning about you? What's different about the day of the family conference on Rakanjima? It's gotta be the noise. There's never this many kids around. It may have been a tension-filled day for the adults. But to us kids, it was a wonderful day. The only time we got to see all the cousins we loved. In the summer, we'd play with our cousins on the beach, and even in the winter, there were plenty of games we could play. Family conferences were tons of fun for us. Same here. Mom was always yelling about how there must be no mistakes. But to me, it was just the day I got to play with all my cousins. After all, there's usually nothing at all to do on Rakanjima. Back when I was still a little brat, I was always jealous of Jessica getting to live in this huge mansion with a private beach. But now that I tried putting myself in her shoes, it must have been a pretty constricting place to live. Probably. There's hardly anything on Rakanjima. No friends, houses, no next-door neighbors, no neighborhood. If you think of how Jessica must have felt, you have to feel a little sad for her. That's why the family conference was so special to me. Jumping around, messing around. Felt like I was at a festival. We played tricks on each other all the time. Wait, do we not get to see little versions of the kids? Little Battler? I guess not. It's gonna be weird if we see Maria's sprite, because she's supposed to be 3 years old. The adults always talked about the adult things and told you to go play somewhere else. Then you were 3 cousins about the same age. Of course, you'd horse around. No, not the 3 of us. The 4 of us. But I thought Angie wasn't born yet, and Maria was still too young to play with you. You've got it wrong, Fur. The cousins weren't the only ones at the same age. Shannon was the 4th. She was about the same age as the rest of us. Mom was always going on about not talking with the servant kids, but Shannon and I started to get close. After all, she was the girl closest to me in age on Rakanjima. All 4 of us played together. We played at every family conference. Right, Shannon? Right. Knew that Madam would scold me if she found out, but I wouldn't have let her. You were always the one close friend I had who could understand me. Thank you for your words, my lady. I simply could not hide my shock. How had she formed a relationship with the children of the family despite being only a servant. Natsu had probably been very careful to prevent such a relationship. However, it's no surprise that Jessica, all alone on this island, would want to be friends with a kid her age. And Shannon was also alone on this island, without any friends her age. Though they both understood their relationship as master and servant, they somehow managed to strike up a friendship. Then at the family conference, Jessica had introduced Shannon to George and Battler. All of the adults had their hands full with their complicated discussion in the mansion. During that time, Shannon was able to set aside her role as a servant for a little bit, acting her age with Jessica, George, and Battler. Didn't even know that Shannon had constructed this new world so quickly. As a butterfly hiding in the shadows, I observed this new world of Shannon's. She's a spy. That day, we ran all around the rose garden and the beach. Just running around and playing was a blast. Yep, those were the only times that Shan smiled like a girl her age. They're old. So yeah, Balor's 12, Jessica's 12, George is 17. Shannon is supposed to be 6, so minus 4, so 13? I think Shannon's 13. Or no, she's supposed to be 11. No, she is 13, right, because she's 1 year older than Jessica. Right, yeah, okay. I might have gotten a bit carried away. It's embarrassing. Battler's insanely huge now. But back then, Shannon and I were both taller and stronger than him. I just grew slowly back then. Giggle. They say that those who start late end up the tallest. Hehehe. Yeah, totally. Back then, your chest was nothing like this, right? Oh god. That's not true. Shannon already had plenty of womanly charm back then, right? Who knows? God. What the hell do you mean by womanly charm, you perv? Well, I was still pretty cute back then myself. And that bra strap you could see through the shoulder of her summer clothing set off the lightning of youth in me. I remember whispering with George and Iki that night about how big her tits might be. Ehehe. Is this true, George-sama? Cough, cough, cough. I believe there has been some sort of misunderstanding. All I remember was lecturing him, as the older and more knowledgeable cousin, about the differences between how boys and girls grow. Cough, cough. And so, rather than dirty talk between cousins late at night, it was instead a sign of healthy growth and, yeah, I remember all of his cousins talking about stuff like that till midnight. About how apparently someone in the next class had kissed someone else. Or how he held hands with a girl he liked at summer camp. And about so-and-so who you thought probably liked you. Stuff like that. Damn it, it's so embarrassing, it makes me shiver. Isn't that nice? Another sweet page in the book of adolescence. The most pure love comes when boys and girls first start noticing each other. That simple, pure desire just to be around someone of the opposite sex. The noble first loves. Just wonderful. Bunch of kids thinking and talking about the world of love. To that sort of thing really happen? Hehehe. Don't play dumb. You were the most absorbed and curious of all of us sitting there, till even your ears turned red. Hehehe. I was not curious. I was just surprised. At how much everyone knew. And that's right. Shannon always played dumb the most, even though she was the most interested. She was the biggest pervert there. Hehehe. That's not true. That's not true. I hate you, milady. Yeah, it was always like this. In the day, we'd run around like kids, and at night, we'd hug our pillows and talk about secret stuff. Looking back on all of it now, it really brings back some fond memories. We'd be whispering about something dirty, and whenever we heard the footsteps of the adults coming by, we'd jump under the covers and pretend to be sleeping. Yeah, I remember that. Like some school field trip. Those times, we all dove under the covers at once. Felt like some sort of unspoken rule, like a strange sense of unity. I really like that feeling. Well, anyway, that's not all we talked about. There's a lot more than that. We really did enjoy our youth to the fullest. And what is this, Shannon? Is this that fun thing of the human world? Is this incomprehensible messing around the thing that you found? A bunch of kids gathered together, playing stupid games and talking about trivial matters? Is this the human pleasure you found that surpasses the pleasure of witches? Pleasures. Yes. Doesn't it look fun to you? I won't call it boring. However, I cannot see how such a vulgar game can compare to my paradise, where all wishes can be granted. Interacting with people is a lot of fun. Of course, I also think your world is fun, but even so, I choose this world. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Beatrice held her head as though she was having a headache, but no matter how much she grimaced, she couldn't think of an answer. Tell me, what is it you found within this vulgar playing? Do you want to know? I do. Love. Love? Marriage? True love? I don't know. Here, it's the Queen book I promised. Thank you very much. Be happy to borrow it. The Queen book? That's okay. You can keep it, Shan-chan. I've already read it. But... I can't accept this. It was probably expensive. It's just something I got for a few hundred yen at a bazaar. Don't worry about it. Rather if you read it quickly so we can talk about it. It's fun to talk about this sort of stuff with you, Shan-chan. Yes. It's fun for me too. It's much more fun to read mystery novels with two people instead of alone. I like talking about it and imagining all kinds of things. With mystery novels, reading is only half the fun. My theory is that you can only really enjoy it when you talk with other people who've read it too. Our relationship began when we realized that we both read mystery novels. We were both surprised and very interested to find that the other not only read tons of mystery novels, but read them very thoroughly. So is it Shannon that... I guess, right? Because George didn't come into the picture until later. Ever since then, it's been like this. Separate from the games we played with all the cousins, the two of us met together for some time alone. At first, it was like a sort of contest to see who knew more than the other. However, eventually, this turned into respect for how much the other had read and how deeply they were able to think about it. Respect. Trust. Those emotions made our friendship even stronger. Of course, all of that had still fallen within the category of friendship, but we were still slightly aware of the fact that the other was of the opposite sex, making for a relationship that was charming or youthful. Maybe you could call it exciting. However, we were still at the age where calling us young men and women would probably be a bit too gracious. Of course, we didn't know a thing about love, so we couldn't understand that exciting feeling in our chests, both bitter and sweet, that we only felt when we were alone together. However, we realized that there was some unknown emotion hidden behind that feeling. And as our hearts raced, we had our hands upon the door. That was the exciting age we were at. So, at some point, our discussions about mystery novels became just an excuse for us meeting alone. There aren't many mystery novels that care much about the why done it. The why done it? You mean the culprit's motive? Yeah. There are 3 points you need to figure out in mystery novels: the who done it, the how done it, and the why done it. A lot of mysteries deal with the first two, but surprisingly few worry about the final one. Well, I know about many works that take great care to have the culprit confess his motive after he's been found out. But it has to be something you can reason out before the culprit confesses, or it doesn't count. Personally, I think it's unfair for a person who supposedly didn't have a motive to commit the crime, unless it's possible to reason his or her motive out. Who done it? Who's the culprit? Yasu. How done it? How did he commit the crime? Magic. Why done it? Why did he commit the crime? For love. There are a ton of works that ask about who the culprit is, and what tricks they used. In fact, almost all are like that. However, I don't think there are many novels that ask you to figure out the motive. Good point. That might be the most neglected of the three. Mysteries that don't take the why done it seriously don't really feel complete to me. No, I'm not saying they're boring. It's more like they're missing the most important part. The most important part is missing? The heart. The heart is missing. The heart. I think the human heart is a really important thing. If a person's going to decide to commit murder, plan it out, get everything ready, and actually carry it out, you'd need an incredibly strong force of the heart. The heart is what moves people. In other words, only the heart can kill a person. When an emotional upheaval grows strong enough to make a person want to kill, the result is a tragedy called murder. To turn it around, does that mean that the true way to close in on the crime is by searching for the heart that brings about the tragedy of murder? So I'm curious about the circumstances of Battler's birth, because that would be incest. Because that would be grandfather gave birth to Yasu. It'd be aunt, right? Aunt and wait, what? Battler what? Well, we still don't know what's up with Battler's birth, because there's like some secret there. And it's a secret that apparently would get Rudolph killed. So, if the secret is that Rudolph's not the father, then I guess that would make it safe for them. Not related. Which would explain why Battler has to win the epitaph so he can be the successor. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. Only the heart can kill a person. So if a person has been killed, we must search for that heart. That's what he's saying. Who's related to who now? Shannon is related to the family, because she's Kenzo's daughter. Kenzo's daughter. Because she's the love child of Kenzo and the second Beatrice. Or Yasu is. Oh yeah, I got that. But Battler... That's messed up, right? Battler is the son of Rudolph and Asumu. But there's a secret there. I forget what it was. They said it in Red Truth. I think they did say that he is Rudolph's kid. But yeah, I don't know. I can't recall, because that was like an episode 4 thing. That's why I can't really enjoy novels where the culprit is just a homicidal maniac who kills for fun. Then you like novels that show a strong enough movement of the heart to lead to murder. So I guess it would be incest. Maybe. That's right. My favorite ones are the novels that let you reason that out. As he spoke, he looked back at me and smiled. Before today, I used to like novels that focus on exposing tricks. However, I decided to look for novels like the ones he recommended in the future. I don't like neglecting the heart. The heart is what makes people move. Yeah, I think you're right. This isn't limited to the mystery genre. All humans are moved by their hearts all the time. Unless they're going to say that he's the father and that he raised them, but I guess we'll say. This isn't limited to the mystery genre. All humans are moved by their hearts all the time. Being able to notice the heart is what allows for interactions between people. No, interactions between hearts. None of us humans can live on our own, and yet we have no way of peeking into the hearts of others. That's why every meeting between people is a mystery of the heart. Finding those, reasoning about them, and understanding each other is the key to interactions between people and hearts. Two of us are here, all talking together about mysteries. And through that, we are searching out each other's hearts, speaking of the heart's mysteries. I want you to feel about me, the way I feel about you. We're both searching, trying to figure out the depths of the other's heart. This mystery of love. What a nice sunset. Look how late it's gotten. I wonder if Aniki and the others are waiting for us. Yes, we should probably go back soon. Time seems to fly by when I'm talking with you, Shannon-chan. Seem to be speaking the words of my heart. We were thinking the same thing, so the same words came out. I wish we could talk together like this forever. I hate clocks. Same here. Talking about this stuff with you is the most fun part of coming to Rokkenjima. When I saw that his smiling eyes were looking right at me, I turned away. Couldn't let him see my suddenly red face. If only I could leave this place. Be able to read so much more. The bookshop on Nojima that I go to, and the bookshop he goes to in the city are on completely different scales. The book exchange for the two of us had become completely one-sided, with him giving me all the books. How long do you plan to be a servant, Shan-chan? I don't know. If someday I decide to quit. If I do, come over to my place. He said it almost scarcely. Maybe he was a bit embarrassed, since he laughed weakly and blushed a little. And then, we won't need to worry about time running out anymore. That's right. We could be together, as long as we wanted. Well, secret dates on this island only happen a few times a year. Even when they did happen, it was only for a short, uncertain period of time. It wouldn't work over the phone or with letters. We can only talk about our mystery when we're standing together like this. I know that day will come soon someday. You think it will? Yeah, I'm certain of it. Certain? Why is he certain? When that day comes, I'll come for you, riding a white horse. What? After saying this, he turned away. He was probably too proud to show me his blushing cheeks. But even without seeing, I knew what his face looked like. To come riding on a white horse. Isn't that like a prince riding a white horse? So what exactly does that mean? Does it mean you're going to be my prince? My mind was going blank, so I just couldn't reason out his mystery of love, even though it was all plain and simple. I wonder when that day will come. Anytime you're ready. Huh? My heart skipped a beat. It was so sweet, yet it hurt. Anytime's good for me. This is your life we're talking about, Shan-chan. You should think about it carefully before you decide. Once you've made up your mind, I'll respect your decision, no matter when you make it. Okay. I'll keep on waiting until that day comes. If only I'd been a bit more foolish and courageous. I could have said then and there that I was already prepared, and asked him to take me away from this island right away. But I couldn't say it. I had to think carefully about my future, for both of our sakes. My head was filled with pointless, senseless thoughts. I'm glad. Thank you. With his back still to me, he scratched his head and laughed. I knew he was doing this out of embarrassment, so I could clearly tell what his expression must have been. In the same way, he must have realized what my face looked like. Both puzzle solvers of love. We theorized about each other's love, solving each other's mysteries. Thanks for giving me time. You have all the time in the world. No. I'd feel bad if I kept you waiting too long. So I've decided. No, I should say that I will decide. I don't mean that I'll quit my job today, right now. Yes, 1 year. 1 year from now. If, a year after now, you still feel like coming for me on a white horse, and me too. If I still like you a year from now, I'd like to dedicate the rest of my life to you. Oof. 1 year from now, right here, I'd like to make my decision. A year, huh? That sounds good. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. That's a good amount of time to look honestly into your heart. So, next year, please. Come for me, okay? Yep. Respond to my cowardly determination with a quick, strong answer. I'll be waiting for that day to come. Yes, I'll be waiting too. Make sure you come, okay? Yeah. Don't forget. Come here next year, okay? Yeah. I'll come. That's for certain. I'll meet you here. That's for certain. Didn't even write a letter? Stupid battler. Just kidding. I mean, he lost a parent, and he was pissed off at Rudolph, I guess. I see. So, this emotion that feels like sweet suffocation is love? It is not for certain, but yes. It is an emotion I do not know, one I do not have. Though my magic can grant any wish, though my paradise can grant any wish, that thing I cannot have, that incomprehensible motion, that burns like fire and yet, madly, one wants to hold it close. All I know is that no matter how great a witch I might become, I cannot create this emotion. It must be given by another person. For the first time, I realized that I wasn't all-powerful, and I knew what Shannon had discovered in the world of humans. This emotion. It's just too much. Once you felt it. There's no forgetting it, is there? Well, damn, Shannon, you didn't have to kill everyone, right? Just because Battler forgot? Oh, man. But I wonder... I'm curious. Well... Yeah, I'm still... I need more clarification. Shannon, you win. Love, is it? Maybe the most important element, and the one that I lack. Shannon, I'll watch and see how your love develops. So please, teach me more and more about this new emotion. Wait, is that back-to-back breaks? Because the glass shattered, right? And then... how are we doing this one? So I guess not. That means new chapter? Oh no? Okay. Is this the next year? Oh no, we're over here. Okay. I see. But yeah, let's do the fun baby. Because it's close to 2 hours. So, un momento. An 11-minute BRB? Wow. How rude. I'm back. Let's go. Welcome back. Thanks, Nair. This form is... I'm lending it to you. After all, I hate idiots. Giggle, giggle. Call yourself Claire, as a temporary name. Or would you prefer Beato? You have my gratitude. This way I won't have to expose my pitiful form. Murgaso had given Claire a fake form. It was a temporary form, for the purpose of acting the part of Beatrice. A fake to fool those who still hadn't discovered Beatrice's true form. Oh, okay. Then... is this a tale... about me in another world? Leon. This is indeed a tale of you in another world, and also my tale. The tale of a world where I live as a witch, not a human. I'm capable of imagining what-if scenarios for my own life. However, the tale you tell is beyond anything I can imagine. Even so, it's the life that another you has led. But still, that doesn't mean I can accept it easily. Leon suddenly yelled and looked at the floor. Leon already knew. Because of the fragments lent by Burkestel, Leon knew. There was a different world where Leon had lived as the Golden Witch Beatrice. And in this world, eventually, on the day of the 1986 October Family Conference, she would be the ringleader of a terrible crime. Even if it is a different world, you're saying that I get my entire family and all the servants involved in a terrible crime that I'm the mastermind of? How am I supposed to deal with that? Be quiet, listen, and figure it out. In a different life, I end up as a servant. If that wasn't enough, I suddenly become a witch. And then I eventually carry out several terrifying murders. How am I supposed to understand that? Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I doubt anyone could understand. This person here thought that no one would ever understand. That's why you're here. That's why Burkestel brought you too. Two people who never should have met together like this. JP, do you ever just listen to a song and think, wow, if I posted these lyrics in a text or chat without context, it'd start some real shit? There's songs like that, right? Is Jesse's Girl an example? Or no? Yeah, how's it going, Psycho? Jesse's Girl... I forget, there was a whole topic about this a while back. I can't remember the songs, though. Like, it could be misconstrued, be very manga. It's not like I had any deep reason for it. It was just a whim. This is a motive that no one else can understand, Leon. So you need to be the one to understand it. I'm not the main character in this tale. You are. I'm just here to help you understand. You're too mean, I don't like you, fuck you, anyway it hurts, but I won't fight you, you suck, anyway. You make me want to die. Oh jeez, which one is that? So that you understand the culprit's motive. Yes. Is that motive a satisfying explanation for why I'd killed my entire family? Who knows? That's for you to decide. Even if I say it's satisfying, that doesn't mean it'll satisfy you. You have to decide that for yourself. I really don't have a clue what's going on. I've seen several crimes called game boards that Beatrice supposedly carried out. Now I'm hearing another me talk about a different life from mine, but there's no connection between that and the crime. I don't understand. Angsty music. Let's see. Afraid the Neighborhood. I've not heard of them. I'll check it out after the stream. Thank you, Psycho. At this point in the tale, even I could not have dreamed that I would eventually carry out such terrible crimes. In fact, even if I had been able to dream of it, I did not have the power to commit those crimes at that time. Lyrical genius. I have to give my daily homework to JP. Stuff for me to check out. Probably. The misfortune probably came when you solved the epitaph riddle. Huh? You mean that epitaph about the hidden gold, which grandfather supposedly wrote? There exists a system for gaining different accomplices for each crime. Reasoning can lead us to the possibility that the culprit possessed a vast amount of money. We can also envision another system, which involves inviting all to the Golden Inn, and making all loves bear fruit. It's like they gotta find every single word that rhymes with money. And then they got mad on that song. So, it wasn't just the motive. You've already seen that far as well. That's the answer to the final riddle from the fourth game. Your greatest misfortune was solving the epitaph, reviving as the Golden Witch in the truest sense, and gaining magical power. Looking back, was that really misfortune after all? I do not know. However, as long as the fact that Battler's son returns in 1986 remains unchanged, some sort of tragedy would certainly have occurred. That's right. If Battler had returned a year earlier or later, that incident might not have occurred. No, some small incident probably would have occurred. It would surely have been a mysterious, impossible incident, which no one could have explained. But even so, compared to the Rokkenjima serial murders, it would have been a tiny thing. It's got some real teenage angst right there. If Battler-kun had returned a year earlier or later, then what? Fate can be so filled with irony. It made me walk the path of a witch, and when I solved the epitaph, I became a true witch. Then 6 years passed, and I learned of his return. If all of that was fate, then this crime must have been inevitable and inescapable for me. In 1980, Battler was resentful because of the death of his mother, Asumu, and his father's remarriage that came too soon. So he left the Ushiromya family. For 6 whole years, he had no direct contact with them. He convinced his grandparents on his mother's side to help him and went by his mother's maiden name. Then when those grandparents passed away, he finally made up with Rudolph and returned to the Ushiromya family again in 1986. That bad luck gave birth to your motive for the crime. I did wonder, why, after 6 whole years, did he finally come back? I understand. In a way, it would have been better for you if he had never come back. Of course, my suffering would have continued. However, I may not have tainted myself with the unforgivable crime of mass murder. But George, though... See, that's the thing that's tripping me up. Is because George came into the picture. But I guess she still liked Battler. And then, yeah. George is a simple man. I guess. How could Battler-kun leaving create a motive? You've got it backwards. Backwards? But he does capoeira and roundhouse kicks. Yeah, I'm not a fan of George. The crime didn't occur because Battler left. It happened because Battler came back. Maybe Shannon wanted someone to rub her boobs, and George wouldn't do that because he's too pure. He's too gentlemanly. Maybe. The more I think about it, Ushiromya Battler is quite a disagreeable man. More than anything else because he never realized that the outbreak of the crime was his fault. He did remember, in the end. However, that was long after you gave up and disappeared. If that is so, then it would give my heart some peace. I don't have a clue what you two are talking about anymore, but I'd like to ask you bluntly. I want to know. What on earth happened to you that made you decide to commit a crime? Yes, that's the most important part. It's just like how Ushiromya Battler respected the why done it in mystery novels. That's where the answers to all the riddles are hidden, both in the tale of the Golden Witch and in the game. In that case, allow me to continue. 1980. 6 years before I resolved myself to committing the crime. Days of trials. 4 chapters left. 1980. 6 years until the incident. We still have to wait for canon to come into play. Battler-sama has left the Ushiromya family? That's what Kraus-sama and Rudolph-sama were saying. What a shock. I have no intention of criticizing your way of life or your family situation. However, father is in a towering rage. Disinheriting a son is one thing, but I never even heard of a child becoming fed up and leaving the family on his own. That battler can be surprisingly stubborn, sort of like someone else I know. If you are unable to understand Battler-kun's feelings, one might question your right to be a father. Enough, Natsu. I'm sure Rudolph was just trying to show how dedicated he was to raising Kirie-san's child in his own way. I would have nothing to say if this were happening next year. But why this year? He's still in his period of mourning. You consider the timing of this pregnancy, one must acknowledge that Rudolph-san has acted disgracefully. Come on, don't be so harsh. This is my way of atoning for what I've done. Battler-kun's trying to protest against you on the behalf of his departed mother, Asumu-san. I deeply understand how he feels. If he were here, I would want to hold him and cry along with him. Natsu's words were sharp. He pierced Rudolph mercilessly. Rudolph had no retort. His relationship with Kirie had been adulterous, plain and simple. According to Rudolph, he had been close to Kirie longer than Asumu. And even after his marriage to Asumu, that relationship had not disappeared. What the hell does that mean? You old bastard? So you've just been betraying Mom from the start? Sure, I know Kirie-san. You've told me that she was your business partner, a friend whose advice you could always rely on. If you're trying to say after all this time that she was more than that, then why should I give a damn? After Mom's death, you could have done whatever you wanted. I'm right there with you, saying that you should live life as you please. But just when did Kirie-san get pregnant? Back when Mom was still alive, right? Yeah, now I finally see. So this is why you always make me want to vomit. Are you glad that Mom's finally dead now? You are, aren't you? I'm sure it would have been so hard on you keeping your infidelity and even a kid secret while Mom was still alive. But now that Mom conveniently kicked it, you get to marry Kirie-san and I get a new little brother or sister? You can bet that Mom's crying in heaven. You bastard, you're embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. So embarrassed I can't stand to have the same last name as you. The kid is completely guiltless. It'd be too sad if he or she doesn't have both parents together. Go ahead, build a new family and raise that kid to have a happy life. But I'll never forgive you. Mom isn't here to hate you anymore, so I'll hate you in her place. With all of my body and soul. So long, old bastard. Damn. That is enough, Natsu. Rudolph hasn't lost the affection he feels for Battler-kun. It may take some time, but he wants to fix their relationship one day. As any father should. If it were some complete stranger, that would be one thing, but this is your own flesh and blood son. It's clearly your responsibility. Go ahead. Despise me all you want. I won't argue. That's the only way I can atone. At the very least, make sure you give the new child a happy life. The kid is going to be born, and Battler. They're both my kids. Wedding Kirie-san after Asumu-san's death may have been painful for Battler-kun, but it was the best choice you could make for the coming child. I understand why you did it. And I understand why Battler-kun felt like telling you that you were happy Asumu-san is dead. Stop, Natsu. Rudolph has already been scolded enough by the person most fit to do so. Now then, how about some black tea? Should you go ask someone in the kitchen to make us some? Understood. Natsu took this as a signal to leave the room and did so. Once she left, Kraus relaxed slightly. I feel bad for Asumu-san, but if you consider the timing of that soon-to-be-born child, this might have been quite the coincidence. Almost as though Asumu knew that and just stepped down from the stage of her own choosing. Did I kill Asumu? If so, how long has it been since I started killing her? If you still treasure Asumu-san's memory, then no matter how many years it takes, you must fix your relationship with Battler-kun. Yeah, I know. Be sure to pour just as much affection on Kirie-san and the new child that is to be born, while also bearing Asumu-san's cross. They have reserved seating in hell. They do. I'd like to reserve myself a VIP spot. The news that Battler had abandoned the Ushirmio name swept across the family. And poor Battler-san, too. I do believe that he'll make up with them eventually, but this is a matter for the family. It is not something servants need concern themselves with. Instead, we should focus on memorizing the face of the newest member of the Ushirmio family, Kirie-sama. Yes, that's true. She'll be coming to the family conference this year. If the person who just joined the Ushirmio family would be coming to the conference, then what about the person who just left the family? That means Battler isn't coming, right? That seems the most probable outcome. How lonely is the loss of a single noisy man? Though most people felt a bit lonely to see Battler leave the Ushirmio family, they didn't think any more about it than that. However, what about Shannon? Wasn't Battler supposed to come for her on a white horse? I was surprised at first. I thought that, since he had left the family, he might not be coming to this island anymore. To consider Battler-san's feelings, this is only natural, I guess. I understand painfully well why he wanted to leave his family. But does that really mean he won't come to Rokkenjima anymore? What on earth is going on? Will he never return? Unable to ask him this directly, I was forced to live each day fretfully. BRB, sounds good, Zaiko. Battler-san, I understand how you feel, but to say that you'll never return because you've abandoned your family? That's a lie, right? I was so confused that the world seemed to be spinning around me. I had a tight feeling in my chest and couldn't think about anything. When I happened to touch my cheek, I was surprised to find it hot and wet. While wearing a truly miserable expression on my face, I was crying. Shannon. From far away, I could hear someone calling to me, but it was a very strange sort of distance. Though it felt very far away, the voice also seemed to be coming from right beside me. Shannon, I know your heart. It's okay. It's just a fight between a boy and his father. I'm sure the rumors blow everything out of proportion. Everything's just being exaggerated. Indeed, there are none who can say with certainty that Battler will not return to this island. You would do well to remain strong. Where is this place? I seem to remember it somehow. I think it reminds me of the scenery from a strange dream I once had. Then, this must be another dream. I was there under an arbor surrounded by a golden rose garden, and two witches in white and red dresses were showering words of encouragement upon me. You can be sure that those rumor-mongering young servants are embellishing the story however they please. So he has changed his name, they say. Surely this can be nothing more than a family quarrel. Thank you. I wish I could believe that. Of course it's true. He's a boy after all. You can hardly be surprised that he's had a few arguments with his dad. Precisely, as you say. Clearly they will make it up to each other once they cool their heads. When men argue, it's always fiery at first, but they burn out quickly. In contrast, an argument between women burns like a steady flame, but the fuel never goes dry. Men's arguments are fierce but short, quick and easy. You're right. Hope Battler-san and Rudolph-sama make up soon. Oh, they will. Haven't you heard Battler mentioning it all the time? He always fights with his father. This is just another of those fights. The death of his mother and his father's remarriage have merely upset him. It sounds as though he's gone to live with his mother's parents, but after he's cooled his head for a few days, he'll come back. It's like a kid running away from home, see? Wait, so did he actually tell her that he preferred blonde hair, blue eyes, and big bazongas, or was that fake? Maybe he did? He probably did. When did that happen? Because it probably did happen then. The two witches kept saying that Battler's fight hadn't been anything huge. If it had been a mere family quarrel, the rumors wouldn't have started in the first place. Taking an optimistic view here isn't likely to prove useful. Oh, is that the flashback in the last one? Episode 6? He probably did. Either way. Or no. Well... Because why would he say that if... the Shannon thing? I can't even remember anymore, right? Yeah, why would he say that then? Yeah, I don't know. Either way, this is the problem between Battler and his father. If you're patient, time will heal all wounds. There's no point in you feeling bad over it. Just because Battler happened to be absent today doesn't mean we can be sure he'll never come back. All this means is that Rudolph came alone today. True. Of course, he will be at the next family conference, as energetic as ever. By then, Rudolph will probably bring that Kirei here too. Battler may be sulky about it, but I am certain that he will come as well. I don't remember which episode it was, but I think he mentioned that he said that. That's true, he did say that. I don't know if he said it to Shannon. Might have just said it to George, but it's possible. Yeah, I don't know. It's been so long. You're right. Yeah, I'm sure you're right. How nice would it be if they were right? In fact, if I could, I'd like to flip through the calendar till autumn right now and check to see whether he does come to the next conference. If he does, then all of my fears are groundless. It would mean the rumor-mongering family members and servants have just blown things out of proportion. Battler-san was right here. I wanted to question him right away. Hey, it isn't true that you'll never come to Rokkenjima again, right? And then if he said that, of course he would come again. It would be such a relief. I don't know the phone number for Rudolph-sama's house, but I could probably look it up if I tried. However, as a servant of the family, I have no excuse for making such a call. Thought that was the whole reason why Shannon and Battler stopped being a thing? Whatever they had going on. No, because I'm sure they would have brought it back up again, right? No, I guess it's just because he forgot. Because of the incident. And anyway, I have no way of knowing the phone number for Battler's grandparents' house. Can't do anything except wait for Rudolph-sama's family to come visit. Hope that my fears are groundless. However, will I be able to make it through the day feeling like this? No way. I doubt I'll sleep a wink tonight. Just waiting around, feeling like this, and I don't know when my next chance will come. I can't do that. Will it be next month? Or the month after? In the worst case, I might have to wait until the next family conference. And have to wait that long, while holding back this suffocating feeling? I can't bear it. Hey, Shannon. Sorry to ask this out of the blue. But when you made up your mind to do something by the next year, that something wasn't just quitting work as a servant on this island, right? I made the decision to start a new life. Didn't want to keep on being a servant by force of habit. I made the decision to step into a new life, and to leave my old life as a servant behind. If he only says that to George, that makes sense. I guess I just remember it wrong, misinfo. Yeah, I can't remember. It might have been just George. But maybe he did. I don't know. When did that happen? Was it last episode? That's fine. Because that would explain why she would start pretending to be the witch, right? The portrait of the witch. I made a decision to step into a new life, to leave my old life as a servant behind. Yeah, she must have heard, right? And Battler promised that he'd come here on the day of your decision, right? Yes. Tact is not one of my strong points. So I shall speak frankly. Then again, he's like 12 years old, so I guess he could say something stupid in front of Shannon. That's why Beatrice looks like the way she does. Right. Well, the reason why she's like that is because of the portrait. Because Kinzo knew what she looked like. Because of, yeah, she was real. You made the decision and resolved yourself to starting a new life. With Battler, correct? A new life. With Battler-san? So Grandpa and Battler just have the same taste, right? I mean, they've said that you're just like Grandfather. So, they're so alike. You're afraid that Battler will not come for you on the day of your decision. However, there is more to that day of decision than just Battler coming to see you. It's also the day for you to show that you're determined to spend the rest of your life with him. This determination is something you must create for yourself. It won't bear fruit simply because Battler shows up. Shannon, do you now have the determination to spend the rest of your life with him? You decided to put it off until the next family conference because you didn't have that determination last time, right? What does it mean to live life with Battler? Have you ever thought seriously about it in detail? Well, I don't think they brought up the whole furniture thing. So when did that start? As long as I'm working as a servant in Raokajima, my opportunities for meeting him are limited. We're both underage, so it's too early to talk about, marriage. However, if I quit working as a servant, I should have many more opportunities to meet him. Once I quit work here, I'll return to the Fukuin house. I have my wages from serving the family, so I should have more than enough to travel to Battler-san's house to play. And when I graduate from school, I can rent an apartment near Battler-san's house. Then, well, I can work while going to school. That life would be a lot more difficult than I first thought. However, I'd be able to see Battler-san much more often. If not every day, then every week. I won't be a servant anymore, so there won't be any difference in class. I can call him whenever I want, and I'm already doing both school and work. Thanks to my experience here, I know more than enough to do simple housework. Doesn't that sound like a fun life? You can rent a humble abode, and once you've built up your own home, you can invite Battler over. And then, the time you spend together, the role the two of you make will begin. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Yes, it does sound a bit wonderful. This is the first time I had ever imagined that future clearly. My love for him, my honest desire to live my life with him. Earlier, I was able to consider both of these deeply. However, now that I'm clearly imagining the future I plan to choose, I finally understand. I must be aware of how much determination will be needed to reach that future. You dream of marriage, eventually, don't you? Girls these days, dating with marriage in mind at such a young age. Well, that's a bit, Don't deny your dreams, okay? There's no point in taking a first step if your eyes are closed and you don't look to the future. If a girl's in love with a man, there's nothing wrong with thinking, I want to marry him. That's a young girl's natural right. My face had turned bright red. Earlier I thought that considering marriage really was a bit premature, so I tried as best as I could not to think about it. However, when the witches encouraged me to imagine it, that image was both exciting and vivid. I felt an indescribable feeling of refreshment and awakening, like the gentle breeze that washes over you when you go outside during a brief spot of sunshine on a rainy day. That's right, I didn't actually have the determination to go that far. I need to strengthen my determination by the time the next family conference comes around. If I can't do that, and sticking around as a servant on this island is no more than I deserve. And at the same time, this is also a trial. True. A trial to be overcome. A trial? Why is that? Fool. Battler promised that he would come for you at the next family conference, did he not? He said he'd come on a white horse, right? Yes. You're thinking that Battler would not come anymore. In other words, you have no faith in Battler's promise. That's why this is the trial. To pass through this trial, you have to show that you can trust him and wait. The trial. I hadn't thought of it that way. Since he promised to come for me in a year, then I need to believe that he'll come for me in a year. If I doubt that, I don't have the right to wait for him in the first place. In fact, Battler might have just left the Ushimiya family because he's set his sights on a future with you. Oh, why would that be? If he knows that you will live together and eventually exchange marriage vows, having the name Ushimiya would cause problems since Shannon is a servant of the Ushimiya family. Ah, I see. He realizes that there will be all kinds of trouble if he decides to marry a servant girl, so he's abandoned the Ushimiya name beforehand. What do you think, Shannon? That way, everything makes sense. Battler has abandoned the Ushimiya name for your sake. A sudden argument with Rudolph is just an excuse. Jeez. What splendid reasoning. Nice going, Rish. What do you say, Shannon? There's no reason to feel down. On the contrary, it's as though Battler has shown his determination first. Giggle. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Communication is key! A smile had finally returned to my face. Of course, I hadn't taken the witches seriously, let myself be reassured. It was closer to the opposite. It's almost funny that they could think up such ridiculously convenient explanations for everything. Then again, I mean, he's like 12 and 13. People forget. However, they had made all of those ridiculous theories to cheer me up. The witches are right when they say that I must trust Battler-san. That there's no point moping about just because I've heard a few rumors. Until the next family conference, I intend to strengthen my resolve. And I believe that he'll accept my feelings and come for me. The idea that Battler left the family so that he could be married to me someday is laughable, of course. But right now I should try and feel confident enough to accept even crazy ideas like that. Thanks so much. I feel a little better now. That as well. I cannot stand watching you cry yourself to sleep. Thanks for coming into my dreams to encourage me. Indeed, it will be morning soon. This is all a dream. You won't remember any of it when you wake. However, your heart will be at peace. Yes, I'll believe in him and wait. So, I won't listen to every little rumor. Very good. Wait until the next conference while improving yourself. If you think of it as training to become a wife, all of your everyday chores will grow even more meaningful. Giggle. Thanks a lot. Rish, it'll be morning soon. Is that so? Then, so long, Shannon. You may not remember me, but I will always be by your side, watching over you. I thought the Golden Land was endless! Thank you. Yes, thank you. Aha! I need to watch Coming to America. I've only seen like bits and pieces. The next family conference will be here in a flash. Wait for it at your leisure. Battler will certainly keep his promise. 1 year later. So was it like after the family conference? So like November? It's way too fast. Battler did not keep his promise. Pepe has. Pleased to meet you. My name is Kide. Hope we can all become quick friends. I've known your name longer than I've known Asumu-san's. I hear you're Rudolph's old girlfriend. Giggle. Yes, we've known each other for quite a long time. Welcome to the Ushimiya family. I hope you find it easy to grow up comfortable here. Yes, I like to grow comfortable quickly so that I can support my husband. But look at how cute that little girl is. What's her name? This is Angie-chan. What a cute name. So, you two couldn't make up after all. Thought this would be the perfect chance to bring him back, but he's as stubborn as Dad. Another comparison. Will Battler-kun ever come back? I'll miss him. Nothing wrong with a man having enough backbone to find his own way in the world. I'm sure he'll have made it big by the time he comes back. You think so? Right now, Battler-kun's home isn't home for him. The place he comes home to is somewhere else right now. Enough. This concerns Rudolph's family only. It's not our place to meddle. Thank you, Krasny-san. This is an issue for our family alone. However, I intend to do all I can to see that Battler-kun and Rudolph's son can live together again someday. After all, he's Angie's one and only big brother. Yep. When that kid gets stuck on something, anything you say to him will have the opposite effect. Suma's father has a bit of a short temper. Looks like he's been adding fuel to the fire. It'll be okay. I'm sure he'll understand your feelings before too long. I can't do anything except cheer you on. Even if he doesn't come back, we're all praying that the two of you will make up quickly. It's a bit boring without Battler. Yeah, hope he and Uncle Rudolph can make up soon. Thinking about how Battler-sama feels must have hurt. His family basically got swapped around. Probably doesn't feel comfortable at home anymore. All men need to go out on their own one day or another. Might just be that Battler-kun's time has come. Do you think so? I do. It's not cool for a guy to hang around at his parents for too long. Got to leave the nest in a flurry and make your name in the world. Plan to do that eventually, but it looks like he's gone and done it first. And when he makes his name in the world and becomes a great man, will he come back? It may be that he never comes back. After all, this might be leaving the nest to him. Leaving the nest? Battler didn't come, did he? Oh, how terrible. And I kept telling Shannon that he was sure to come. I'm sure she's very upset over Battler's absence. It's all because I got her hopes up. She's been looking forward to this day. Pains me to think of how she must feel. Thanks, you two. I'm okay. I had been reunited with the witches once again in that dream world. Though I could never remember anything during the day, now that I was in the dream world, I somehow knew that this was a reunion. The witches both looked apologetic, though they had tried to cheer me up by saying that Battler would come today. Now that he hadn't come, it was like they'd been lying. They seemed to regret it heavily. Shannon. Well... Thanks for your concern. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't sad. But I'll be okay. Are you sure? Really sure? That would be splendid, but... Clearly, Battler's fight was so over the top that he couldn't bring himself to back down so soon. Men are so stubborn. Yes, that is true. He tried to act tough before running away, so his stubbornness was preventing him from taking back what he said so easily. He'll probably regret not coming today. Yes, that must be it. For some reason, they seemed nearly desperate in their attempts to encourage me. It was almost funny to watch. Couldn't help but giggle. Thanks a lot, both of you. After all, you're the ones who told me in the first place that this is a test, a trial to be overcome. The truth was, I couldn't really fool myself so easily. When will he come back? When will he come for me? When isn't the question. Will he come for me ever? If I start moping right now, The uncertainty and sadness will probably tear me apart. But they've taught me. This is a trial to see whether I really believe in him or not. The very fact that I feel uncertain and anxious is a betrayal of my resolve, and of his promise to come for me someday. George-sama said something about it. He said this might be the same as leaving the nest for Battler-san. Shit, well... now I'm thinking about episode 3. Because Shannon was there with George, so that means Shannon killed George. Or Yasu killed George, because of Battler. Poor George. That's right. This is his chance to leave behind the Ushimiya name and spread his wings as his own man. Really think about it, we're still very young. Even if we want to be tied together, we're still lacking many years of social experience and trust. Battler-san is really and truly taking this seriously, and it's too soon for him to come for me now. I hope that they... Shannon Cray, right? I hope that they show what happens, but I don't know. Would they? Maybe we just infer. Well done. Yes, that's the right attitude. You have done well to reach this understanding. I haven't reached anything. However, I've decided to think of it that way for now. This is a trial, to see whether I trust Battler-san or not. If he had come today, then today, I would have had to tell Madam that I wanted to quit my job as a servant. However, was I really prepared to do that? I've said it was going to be very long to explain how everything played out, right? So yeah, I don't know. Probably not. I think we're 40 hours in, and I'm estimating 80 hours for the finish. It's possible, but I don't know. Probably not. Last night, I kept worrying about whether Battler-san would come or not. Thanks to that, not only did I not have the resolve to quit my job, I hadn't even started on the paperwork to do so. In short, I still don't have the determination that I promised him that day. I'm sure that God knew that. Battler will come for me when I've found my determination. I wasn't determined, so it's only natural that he didn't come today. Yeah. It all makes sense now. So, I'm sure Battler-san didn't come today, because I wasn't determined enough. It's only natural, since I couldn't even truly believe that it would come. Poor Shannon. I'm sure Battler was the same way. He did not yet have the determination and resolve to come for you. God is not heartless. When your feelings truly do draw close, I'm sure they'll bring the two of you together. Just like Orihime and Hikaboshi. Orihime? Yes, it's as though the weather just happened to be bad during this year's Tanabata, keeping those lovers apart for another year. That's how I'd like to think about what happened today. That's how I'd like to think about it. I have no other choice. Battler-san. Yeah, she's not talking about furniture. So I guess that's a canon thing. But Battler-kun didn't come back for 6 years. Still a long way to go until then. So you had to wait 6 whole years feeling like that? When one waits every year for something to happen the next, and then the same thing the next year and the next, it becomes the same as waiting for an eternity. Pretty pathetic, don't you think? After all, this promise he thought you made with Battler seemed to be something he knew nothing about, right? Battler-kun does tend to use melodramatic phrases, just like Uncle Rudolph. His roundabout way of putting things might have led to a misunderstanding. Some girl's gonna stab Battler in the back someday. Well, I guess that's more or less what this tale is. When words can mean different things, they can turn a person's life upside down. There are times when careless talk costs lives. Don't make a promise you can't keep. Alternate truth and illusions. So is that... Oh, okay. Chapter 7. Sprout of Love, Root of Love. So I guess this is the George chapter. 1982. 4 years until the incident. Seriously? Why do you guys turn into total morons when they get together? Jessica's room was filled with laughter. It was one hell of a reality check. Thought this guy was a bit cool, a bit adult-like, and then I see him with some of the other guys in their class, talking about dirty stuff with his creepy laugh. It's true that boys always act like little kids when they're together. Well, it's not like girls are any different. Ha 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 ha. The fun chat between girls continued without end. Tonight, Kraus and Natsuhi were out late at a meeting on Nijima. Most of the time, Natsuhi was always watching, so Jessica would always make sure to be curt with the young servants. Though when Natsuhi wasn't around, Jessica never did that. She had invited the servants of similar age to her room, and they were chatting away noisily. At that age, everyone wants to know about love. Thanks to the rigid and constricting way Jessica had been brought up, she enjoyed talking about it all the more. But you're pretty incredible, milady, and you're that age. Aren't there any boys you're interested in? Well, I'd like to fall in love, but there really aren't any good ones around. I think you should be a bit more proactive about it. You can act all relaxed now, but that's not going to last long, okay? Once one of your friends starts going out with someone, it'll turn your world upside down. There's no way that'll happen. None of my friends are traitors. I think. No. The outbreak of love is the one time you can't rely on friendship between girls. If you met someone you liked, you'd betray your friends and go out with a guy without a second thought, wouldn't you? What about you, Shannon? It's not fair if I'm the only one who has to talk. I, don't have anyone like that around. Not around. He's far, far away, and like Orihime and Hikaboshi, I don't get to see him very often. In fact, I don't even know when I'll be able to see him again. However, I believe that'll come for me someday. I believe it. Oh yeah, I'm back. I've been back. Just was working on the song again. It's all good, Psycho. How's the song coming along? Don't you betray me, okay, Shannon? If we get boyfriends, we'll get them together. You got that? Right? Right? We promised, right? Well, you might not believe it, but it's not at all rare for girls just like Shannon to get a head start. Giggle, giggle. Shannon, confess. You aren't going out with anyone, are you? You aren't, right? I'm not really... Oh yeah, JP, did you like the song I linked? That's how I dance IRL. That was a good song. That was a good music video. I enjoyed it. Like a donkey on a Ferris wheel, JP. That's how... That's an image. So what is that? Soup? Why won't it let me click? Some soup. I'll let you determine whether that's good or bad. Coming along slowly, maybe? That's how you dance IRL. That's a good song. Really? Really? We'll get boyfriends together, okay? No matter what happens, okay? Anyone who lies has to eat porcupine fish. Yes, I promise. Well, you nailed it. Now there's the face of a liar. I'm willing to bet Shan-chan beats everyone else in this room. I can tell. It's always the quiet ones that go first. Shannon, how could you? Confess, confess! Hey, how you could figure it out so fast. See as I go. Please, stop, milady. That tickles. And so another Sunday afternoon passed by. I worked my way out of the fight and looked up at the sky through the window. Is Battler-san happily chatting away with his friends somewhere right now, just like I am? As I think of you like this, are you thinking of me? Also, I'm driving with the decor in this game. Very vintage, very classical, colonial. I thought you would like it. But if I ask that, it's the same as admitting that I don't trust you. I'll wait. And when you do come for me, I'll announce then and there that I'm quitting my job. I think you'd like Kinzo's study. I've already prepared myself to do so. But you haven't come yet. That isn't because you won't come, but because I'm not determined enough yet, right? It's because I haven't clearly envisioned a future with you, right? Oh, I do. I'll wait. No matter how long. Until you come for me, riding a white horse. I will always treasure our promise. The promise of our precious resolve. Stupid battler didn't come back on a white horse. Never make a promise with a guy. Can't count on them. Thinking that she had read my mind, I spun around. Of course she hadn't, but... well, for stuff like that, I think guys and girls have different ideas of what's important. No, that's not it. You've got it all wrong. On the whole, girls tend to be dreamers, and guys just do stuff without thinking. I guess understanding between the sexes is pretty much impossible after all. At least, I think it's pretty hard. Girls often have the bad habit of thinking they know exactly what the guy is thinking, right away. They search for hidden meanings behind words that guys say for no reason in particular. Just get the wrong idea. Yeah, I've known girls like that. Those girls who hear something that anyone else could tell them was trivial, but I think it means the guy is totally into them. Yeah, I see it all the time. It's a bit sad when a girl gets the wrong idea for no reason. Ah ha 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 ha. Pair of them laugh together. And a girl gets the wrong idea. Could that be me? No, they can't be. After all, Battler-san clearly made a promise. He said he'd come for me riding a white horse. I mustn't doubt. I'm sure this conversation I'm hearing is just another one of God's trials. So, I won't listen. Won't care about it. There's one thing I never want to be. It's one of those poor girls who thinks a guy's heart is linked to hers for no reason. Ha 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 ha. This demonic sneer has tormented me and tried to lead me astray. I'm sure he'll come to the next family conference. Oops. Let me check something. Okay. But Battler-san didn't appear at the 1982 conference either. Bit by bit, things were changing from the way they'd been at the last family conference he'd come to. Everyone had gotten completely used to Kide-sama, Rudolph-sama's new wife. And she came down off the boat with a familiar stride. Her daughter Angie-sama was growing well, and all of the family focused their attention on her. Look at the baby! Even Maria-sama, though she was still tiny, was already 5 years old. She was full of energy and old enough to enjoy playing with George-sama. Jessica-sama and George-sama had already stopped talking about Battler-san's absence. It was the same with the other relatives too. No one touched on the subject, so they had forgotten that Battler-san was missing. Maria-sama had only been 3 when she'd last seen Battler-san. It was doubtful whether she even remembered him. In just 2 years, all trace of your existence has been erased from the Ushirimiya family conference. That made me sad, and so, looks like Battler-san didn't come back this year either. True. Feeling a bit lonely? Well, Uncle Rudolph and Aunt Kitty don't even bring him up anymore. Looks like Battler-kun was much more serious about it than we thought. I wonder if he really will stay away forever. Looks like that was him leaving the nest after all. He spread his wings and left for a new stage of life. Don't you think so? He's always been crazy and reckless. Well, what more do you expect from a guy? Well, we know Battler-kun. Sure, he's adapted to his new life and is enjoying himself. So I don't think there's any reason to worry. And George-sama said that with a smile. I felt a bit uncertain. What does he mean by there's no reason to worry? Sure, he's enjoying himself. This is Battler we're talking about, so you can bet he's forgotten all about us and is having a great time. Yeah, I'll bet he is. I think that's for the best. Thinking for himself, his family, his late mother, Battler-kun decided on his own to find a new life. So I hope he lives that new life to the fullest. If he forgets about the Ushiromiya family, that's just perfect. George-sama smiled at me, as though expecting me to agree. After a moment of shock, I smoothed my expression over and found the expression he was expecting. Is Battler-san living happily? Have we forgotten about the family, about me, about our promise? That can't be true. It just can't be. Battler-san must be looking forward to that day of decision just like me. Damn it, now I want to go look at episode 1 and see the first meeting between Shannon and Battler. Battler-san must be looking forward to that day of decision just like me. Not mistaken about that. He promised me. He said he'd come riding a white horse. I never asked him to say that. He said he'd come for me on the day I resolved myself to live life for his sake. He made that promise himself. For 2 years. I believe that. I've done all I could to make it through God's trials and the whisperings of demons that tried to throw me from my path. And yet, the thing both George-sama and Jessica-sama are saying are so cruel. Battler-san has forgotten about us and has started a new life? Why are they telling such lies? Battler, why? But that night, I dreamed of Battler-san for the first time in a long while. The Battler-san in my dream wasn't the Battler-san I believed in. It was the Battler-san that George-sama and Jessica-sama had spoken of, the one who had forgotten everything and started a new life. Morning. I woke up with a tear-stained face. The face I saw in the mirror cried and told me it couldn't wait any longer. If I've managed to wait this long, why can't I wait any longer? This is a trial, so I must believe in him and wait. But the me in the mirror spoke. It was sharper than a fragment of glass. I talk about this promise with him, but did we ever really make such a promise? Wasn't Jessica-sama talking about it? That some girls are dreamers who get the wrong idea? Wasn't George-sama talking about it too? He said that Battler-san had gotten used to his new life and he had forgotten about the Ushiromiya family. By now, he isn't the only one who's forgotten. Let's ask about it. Everyone on this island has forgotten his name. Even Rudolph-sama doesn't say his name anymore. If I weren't here to remember his face, perhaps his existence would have been erased from everyone's hearts. I don't believe it, so I won't doubt. Battler-san must still remember his promise. We're both waiting for the day of decision. The day we'll be together. Battler-san, I have firmly made up my mind. Does the fact that you're not here mean that, after all, I'm not determined enough? No. It's because you and God are testing me, isn't it? In that case, I will endure. Until that promised day inevitably comes. So, please, Battler-san, I want some proof that you haven't forgotten me. It was the crack that ran across my ceramic-like heart. I had to acknowledge it now. It may be that I'm pretending not to notice something terrifying and sad. Battler-san makes me yearn for him. Battler-san makes me sad. Battler-san makes it hurt. Battler-san, do you still remember me now? One year later, 1983. So canon isn't there? It's 3 years. I thought canon was 5 years, but I guess maybe 3 years. And then came the third family conference since Battler-san left. The number of beds was going to increase. We would have been told about that when setting up. The fact that nothing has changed in particular means that he probably won't be here this year either. Clinging to a final bit of hope, I stood by the docks, watching the boat draw closer. Hey, Shan-chan. You're looking as pretty as ever. Careful, Angie. Watch your step. Hey, Shannon. I really do love Rakunjima. Can't wait for Uncle Kraus to turn it into a resort. There's no need for that. It'd be such a waste. Hehehe, you've got a point there. How have you been, Shannon-chan? I think you've gotten a bit taller since last time. Thank you very much. And the weather's good again. And the weather's good again this year. It's so great having every single member of the family together, all nice and cheerful. Please, allow me to guide you to the mansion. So after all, Battler-san has been so thoroughly forgotten that he might not have existed in the first place. I'm sure the sadness will show on my face. Not wanting anyone to see it, I turned my back to the family and led the way up to the mansion by myself. Then, suddenly, someone mentioned Battler-san's name, and I jumped. What? You saw Battler-kun? How's he doing? Yeah, he's doing very well. I took Angie and had some tea with him the other day. I was surprised. So, Kirie-san was in touch with Battler-san. According to her, both Battler-san and Rudolph-sama had long since calmed down after their fight. But both were so stubborn that they hadn't found a good chance to make up. And since Battler-san had gotten used to living with his grandparents and going to school there, considering that those grandparents might make things even more difficult, going to convince Battler-san to come home wouldn't be easy. It's just too bad. I think Asuma-san's parents were even more angry than Battler-kun was. This isn't just an issue between Battler-kun and Rudolph-san anymore. Then, will Battler be coming back sometime soon? He will make up with Rudolph-san, but it looks like he doesn't intend to return to the Ishimiya family. Such a shame, though I do understand how he feels. It was a bit of a relief to hear that some of the bad feeling had died down in these 3 years. If we take Asuma-sama's parents into account, it's no surprise that things haven't gone as well as they could. But if Battler-san doesn't hate Rudolph-sama anymore, then someday, surely he'll come back. He'll have grown so much. My resolve will not waver anymore. For some nights, these past 3 years, I felt sad and resentful. But now it feels as though those 3 years were something I needed. After all, the seeds of love, the faint feelings I once had for you, have budded powerfully, waiting for the day that we'll be reunited. This is how honest my feelings for you are now. I love you. I want to see you again as soon as I can. Until that time, I'll keep that bud of love warm and growing for you. I won't doubt the coming of that day anymore. Just as I think of you under the same sky, I believe that you're thinking of me. I'm sure this news about him is a sign that God is cheering me on. So, I ask God one more time, inside my heart. Since my feelings for Battler-san have not wavered for a day these past 3 years, let me know that he feels the same way. I know that asking for that is a sin. However, now that we've reached a 3-year turning point, I want some gift from God, any gift, to show that I have not waited in vain. That is what I prayed. Oh, that's right. It's been so long since Battler-kun last saw you all, right? Thought you might be feeling lonely, so I told him to write you letters. Here they are. Oh shit. Huh? Did God really hear my prayers? I felt as though my heart was going to leap out of my chest. A letter from Battler? Awesome. What'd he write? Did he say anything about how he's been doing lately? I can't wait to read it. Hide-sama pulled a brown envelope out of her bag and handed it to George-sama. Just one? When George-sama opened it, several folded letters came out. Looks like this one's addressed to me. They all have different names on them. Here, this one's yours, Jessica-chan. Oh, shit. Thanks. And this one's from Maria-chan. Can she read yet? I'll read it to her later. Thank you. There's even one for Angie-chan. Now, of course, she can't read. Giggle. I'll give it to her when she does learn. He says he's doing great and having a blast. Good for him. Oh. Man, that's... Is that... all of them? Oof. Yep. Looks like that's all of them. Thanks a lot. Battler, why? George-sama handed me the empty envelope. Apparently, he thanked me because he thought I was offering to throw it away from him. And clearly, there was nothing inside it. Unless... there was no letter for me. Oof. Well, the more I read, the more fun it looks like Battler-kun's been having. Living every day to the fullest. Unless George tampered? Wouldn't that be something? That's what it looks like in mine, too. If he's happy, then I guess that's what counts. Giggle. It's so mean of Battler-kun. It sounds like he forgot about us until you told him to write those letters, Kide-san. Freaking George. I can't imagine, but then again, he did get jealous. So what if he did? Well, you know what he's like. It sounds like he was living life to the fullest. I hear he's popular with the ladies at school too. Wow, that's incredible. I don't know if he even did it, but he's minus a million points now. Is that a million? 3 million. If he did do it, then yeah. Wow, that's incredible. There should be plenty of girls that like those hilarious melodramatic lines of his. Makes sense to me. What if he really does plan not to return to the Ishimiya family? Looks like it. In mine, it says he doesn't think he'll return to Rakenjima again. Oof. I knew that all of these letters were trials from God. The fact that there was no letter for me, and the fact that he was enjoying life and had forgotten about Rakenjima, were just more trials. Oof. He is. God is. Testing me. The fact that there was no letter for me alone is proof of that. That's what I want to think, but now it's just too much. Frickin' Battler. Oh, well. Might have been an important promise to you, but it looks like it wasn't for Battler. No way. Then that promise about him coming for you was... I was a dreamer. It was just an illusion I created. To Battler, they were probably just meaningless words to make him sound cool. To anyone but her, it would have been such a funny story to hear. That promise with Battler might have been an illusion the whole time. In the first place, we don't know if they both felt the same way about each other at all. Love was an illusion. However, if both sides are seeing the same illusion, that love becomes true. However, when the feelings of each side are different, then it's nothing more than a joke. This is Battler's sin. Making Shannon think that it was a promise. Wrong. Huh? It's that he didn't even remember. If he simply broke his promise, I could have taken him to task for it. I could have regretted my mistake, or I could have won him back. However, you can't question someone about something they don't even remember. I'm unable to hate Battler-san. After all, Battler-san didn't even break his promise. There just wasn't any promise to start with. It was nothing more than a sad joke. He was 12! But I kept on crying and crying. I dug my fingernails into my pillow, soaking it with my tears. How much easier it would be to hate something, but I can't hate anything. I just can't get over my miserable arrogance, which had led me to believe for 3 whole years that he felt the same as I did. I'm to blame for this. My irresponsible words led you to believe that Battler made a promise. No, this isn't anyone's fault. It's all because I assumed that he felt the same way I did. I mean, I guess they're related anyway. Right, that's true. Maybe it's for the best. Battler made no promise. And yet, his feelings were surely sincere. Though there might have been a difference in degree when compared to yours, it is true that he liked you. Of that there can be no doubt. Battler dodged a bullet there, right? Please, just stop it. I believe that he liked me the way I liked him, without ever doubting that. Please, don't try to cheer me up. I'd rather let you mock me. Before I knew it, a dull, inescapable pain had pierced my chest. When I pressed my hand against my chest, I realized what that pain was. It was the bud of love, whose seeds I had sown and nurtured in my heart. Its roots had spread all the way across my chest, tormenting me like a metal wire wrapped around my heart. They looked less like roots and more like fissures running through my heart. I can only hold back the pain by tearing out the root of love. But no matter how much I scratch at it, I'm only scratching at my chest. The root of love doesn't move at all. If I started hating Battler-san without any lingering interest or regrets, I'd be able to pull this root out easily. Once I did, it would probably leave a hole behind, but at least it wouldn't hurt me anymore. But I can't pull it out. Even though it hurts so much, those roots of love are still stuck in my heart. Shannon. Even now, I love Battler-san. I want to see him. I want him to come back. I believe he will come back someday. And I want to wait for him. But right now, it's just too much. As I sobbed, the tightness in my chest grew even stronger. As long as I like Battler-san, that pain will always continue. Because I like him, I want to hold on to that pain forever. But it was written right there in the letters for George-san and the others. Battler doesn't plan on returning to the Ushimiya family. He's forgotten about me and Rakujima, and has started a new life with a different name. I must wait for him for all eternity, despite how painful, aching, excruciating this is. Is this another trial? Is God telling me to wait for him forever? I can't do that. I want to be with Battler-san. But if this is the trial that I must go through for that, then it's just too painful. Beatrice hung her head in shame. If she hadn't encouraged Shannon so much, it probably wouldn't have been this painful. Shannon may have been the one to sow the seed of love in her heart. However, Beatrice had irresponsibly watered it and told Shannon not to give up. Beatrice scratched at her chest, trying to share Shannon's pain. This is my fault. New track. Beatrice mumbled to herself. What's your fault? For 3 years, I tortured you with the illusion of a promise that never happened. If I had not nourished the blood of love within you, you would not have suffered so. Shannon, this may sound harsh, but listen. What is it? Forget Battler. There was no bud of love in the first place. No, I'm the one who nourished it. No matter how painful it is, I can't forget it. But you cannot bear that pain any longer, can you? Wordlessly, Shannon held her chest and hung her head. I love Battler. That feeling burns inside me, so that I still cannot let it go, no matter how much it hurts. And I've spent 3 years pretending that I didn't feel that pain. Now, I know that I feel it. And since I know, I can't bear it. So, you cannot throw away your bud of love for Battler. Yes. However, at this rate, the bud, the root, will kill you. People need a universe to survive. And one person cannot create that universe alone. 2 are needed. A universe. Together with Battler, you created the universe of that bud of love. Now that one half of that pair is gone, your universe is crumbled. People cannot complete a universe on their own. However, Battler-san, the other person who creates my universe, won't come back. Then you must create a new universe with someone else. Create one with someone other than Battler-san? I will give you such a person. Which person? A creature to bury the pain in your heart and heal you. He will not betray you. Yes, let it be a sibling. I will give you a little brother. Little brother. So this is canon? Okay. A boy you have always been close to at the Fukuin house, whom you love as if he were your real brother. That I shall give to you. Together with him, you'll create a new universe. Will that little brother make me forget about the pain of my love for Battler-san? Correct. You need a universe. Then what will happen? To the bud of love in my heart, my feelings for Battler-san won't change. I can't make them wither. I shall accept that bud and those roots in your place. You will? Okay. You can forget the pain of love and create a new universe. I will accept the bud of love in your place. It means that I will accept the pain as well. But I will learn of the single element I do not possess, love. Beatrice wanted to know love. She wanted to feel what Shannon had felt in the world of humans. And Battler ever does return. The bud still has not withered, and you still desire it. I shall return it to you. What do you think of that? Still hanging her head, Shannon gave a small nod, but said nothing. It would mean release from this unbearable pain. And it would mean giving the bud of love to the witch to hold in your place. So, if Beatrice loves, then that explains why Shannon, quote-unquote, dies. And all those the games, right? Shannon dies, Canon dies, but Beatrice lives. Shannon spread the hands that she had held to her chest. As she did, a faint light popped out of her chest and floated in the air, gradually swallowing everything with its brightness. You don't know about this music, though? It's a little strange, yeah. As the brilliant light began to fade away, Shannon and Beatrice still facing each other. We're now inside a vast starry sphere, like a planetarium. They were the only ones in this pitch-black starry sea. Shannon felt as though she'd seen this place once before, but she couldn't remember. Then I made another announcement. Modify this world. Let the bud of love travel from Shannon to Beatrice. This way, Shannon won't be tormented by the bud of love anymore. And furthermore, she'll be given a little brother with whom she can create a new universe. The design for the little brother will be a younger boy at the Fukuin house with whom Shannon was close. For a name, let there be the character, as the Fukuin house rules state. Yeah, I've decided. It's the perfect name to go with Shannon's. He'll be a quiet, reticent boy. He'll come to Rankajima as a new servant. There, he'll open his heart to Shannon. As a duty-minded boy who loves Shannon like a big sister, he'll always be there for her. Let's have him be a special servant like Genji, who is permitted to serve Kenzo directly. Yeah, that sounds kinda cool. Then, Beatrice, from now on, you will carry the bud of love. In other words, the role of being infatuated with Battler, and waiting for his return will go to you. While you are still the witch who reigns over Rakanjima's night, you have also been waiting for Ushimea Battler ever since that day 3 years ago. Along with this change in setting, I'll give you a new form as well. He did tell us what his ideal woman would look like once, remember? Oh, he did? Okay. A woman with a good figure and long golden hair, like a foreign model. Mama, ooh. Golden hair, long hair, a good figure. Yeah, something like that. That's what the new Beatrice will look like. Come now, hold that bud of love in your heart as you wait for Battler. This way, you will learn of love in exchange for earning pain. Yes, this will be the setting for my new world. I agree, JP. For Shannon, a new servant like a little brother will come. He will be a silent, reticent boy. A duty-minded kid who loves Shannon as a sister. And the bud of love that has tortured Shannon will go to the witch, Beatrice. She will just be holding on to the bud of love for the time being. However, while she holds onto it, she will be a maiden in love with Valor. It's kind of repeating. For that time, you will be able to learn what love is. Come, let the world be modified. Oh, I am one, yet many. Awaken, us, and stretch your wings in this new world. So 3 years. 3 years and then Canon shows up. How does that work? How does that work with Jessica and all that? What's the point in canon, though? So that way Shannon won't be alone, I guess? So that she'll have like a sibling? Slowly, I open my eyes to the gentle rays of the morning sun. How long has it been since I last saw such a pleasant morning? The face in my mirror is tear-stained and pathetic. However, my heart is as clear as the morning sun. I could still clearly remember that strange dream. However, I can feel myself forgetting it rapidly. The place I was in my dreams had been such a strange place. A peaceful, calm place. There, I'd left behind the pain I'd carried in my chest until yesterday. So this morning, my heart was at peace. Good morning, me. My tear-stained face really is pathetic. However, my expression is bright and cheery. Even now, I like Battler-san. But for some reason, I've calmed down. Feels like I've put something precious safely away in the place it belongs. Battler-san. When will you come back, I wonder? When you do, I'd like to talk about mystery novels again. Oh, I almost forgot. The new boy servant will be coming today, right? One of our servants who will serve the master directly. What kind of kid will he be? We get along well. What was his name again? Pretty sure it was, but how does that work? Man, I don't know. 1 year there, 1984. 2 years. So this is when George makes his moves. This should be when the portrait gets hanged up. And then when Shannon breaks the mirror, I think. This is also when Kinzo dies. Right. Men in work clothes were spreading a tarp over a section of the hall. From the way they measured the wall and set out tools, it could be seen that they were planning some sort of construction project. This is of the utmost importance to the master. Be sure that you do not damage it. The president of the construction company nodded his head several times to show that he understood. Then 6 young workers carried in a large rectangular object wrapped in a white sheet. Okay, careful there. Set her down gently. I said gently. Is this the spot? Great, let's get started. Apparently they were putting something large onto the wall of the hall. He plans to hang that thing there? That's what he wants. After all, this mansion is a little more than one of Father's toys. Natsu took a deep breath. Though this was a whim of Kinzo's, a man she greatly respected. She seemed to resist the idea of hanging it right here in the entrance hall, face of the mansion. When the white sheet was pulled off, a Western woman wearing a beautiful dress came to view. It was a massive portrait of a woman. Is it proceeding well? Yes, it will be finished by this evening. I would like to see it hanging there for all to see as soon as possible. I want you overseeing this, my friend. Leave it to me. Father, it seems a splendid portrait. Indeed. What exceptional quality. I am satisfied. This is your benefactor, the woman who gave you the gold, right? Indeed. If I had not met Beatrice, I would not be here, nor would the Ushumiya family, nor would, of course, this mansion. It's only natural that her portrait be displayed in the best possible location. Now that he had said it this bluntly, there would be no contradicting him. Krasunatsu could only shrug. Master, the epitaph plate is here. Would you please check to see that all is in order? Indeed. Each and every word must be correct. Epitaph? Krasunatsu crooked their heads and followed Kinzo. Wait, so who's grandma? Or is she not important at all? I guess she's not important. They haven't shown her. So, yeah. She's just a lady. But she was around... I guess she died while Battler was alive, because Battler does talk about her. But... so within those 12 years. The leader of the workers set down a plate wrapped in a sheet. The others thought that the picture's name and description might be on it, but it seemed to have quite a lot of words for that. Father, what is this? Behold, that sweet fish river running through my hometown. Oh. Oops. Wait. What changed? Huh. Shit. I shouldn't have clicked through. I should have immediately checked. Maria. I mean, it defaulted to Claire, but nothing's different there. Young servant. I don't know. Maybe it was just signifying the epitaph. So I'm getting comfortable. Read and interpret it as you like. So, we finally reached the appearance of the epitaph in the portrait. I don't know much about this epitaph. It doesn't exist in my world. Probably not. In your world, there's already a clear successor. You. But not in this world. In other words, this epitaph was set up to choose grandfather's successor after all? Most likely. Or you might have wanted to believe in the chance of a miracle. A difficult riddle, made so that no one would be able to solve it. If someone actually could solve it, they themselves would be a miracle. Perhaps that miracle would guide the person Kinzo most wanted to solve it. In short, this epitaph really does depict the ceremony to revive the witch, Beatrice, just as everyone thought. That does seem to be the obvious interpretation. A mysterious ceremony sacrificing 13 people to revive the witch. However, the true ceremony wasn't that. It lies in wait for someone to miraculously solve it. That is the true ceremony. However, fate does have its irony. Genji already knew. Maybe Kinzo set this up in the first place because he guessed that Genji knew everything. Was that fate a coincidence or something planned? I do not know. However, with this epitaph, the witch Beatrice will revive in the truest sense. Oh, chapter 8. I want to at least finish the 9 chapters. So I think we'll... Do we do the 5-minute preview? Because it seems to be like an hour per chapter. Yeah, let's do the 5-minute preview. So, un momento. The song notation gradually becomes a disaster. Forgot about this song. I think that was like 3-minute BRB. It's fine. This is Beatrice. My soul is captured by the woman shown in that massive portrait. That might have been literally true. Rather than captured, perhaps it could be better to say that my soul had returned to a more fitting place. The place it belonged. Welcome back, thank you, Nara. The beautiful blonde hair was the same as mine, but tied up. The dress she wore was a deep black, making that golden hair stand out all the more. This is the witch, Beatrice. My true form. What is this? There was a plate with too many words for it to be the title of the picture. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The Soul Shroom. The Golden Land. I see. So my world is the Golden Land. I've always called my own personal world a paradise, but tonight I shall change that. From now on, my world shall be the Golden Land. I am the master of the Golden Land, Beatrice. And then there is the brutal ceremony of sacrifices, starting on the first twilight. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. If I carry out the ceremony, will I revive in the truest sense? Then on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. Kenzo received a massive amount of gold from Beatrice, and rumor has it that it still lies hidden somewhere. Is this, as the family members and servants are all whispering, a code showing the location of Kenzo's hidden gold? If a human solves it, they will obtain a great quantity of gold. However, if I do, it will mean my own resurrection. Kenzo, you aging magician. Just when I was mocking the shortness of the time left to you, you start a game like this. How interesting. I'll definitely solve it. Then, I will revive as the real Beatrice. When that happens, I will use my great magical power to rule over object and man, day and night, in all of Rakunjima. Actual footage of the composer of the song. Oh, okay. Let's go wait for it to... Oh god. Oh man. I looked at the time and thought, it's 8 seconds. Might as well. Am I wrong? No, I don't think so. No, you're right. Everyone says that Epitaph is a guide to finding hidden treasure. The rumors tell that the master has 10 tons of gold hidden away. Yes, and Beatrice supposedly gave it to him. I've heard that one too. 10 tons of gold. That would be incredible. I can hardly even imagine it. If you had all that, what would you use it for? I'd like to touch it just once. Ho 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 ho. Forget touching it. I like to spend it all. But why would he go out of his way to display this epitaph? This code showing the hiding place of the gold. It's obvious. He's laughing at everyone, since he thinks no one can solve it. It's a challenge to the rest of us, isn't it? He wants to know if there's anyone here wise enough to solve it. It seems that the master doesn't intend to let Krasong take the headship easily. Perhaps the one who solves this will become his successor. Genji-san, what is this? Could this be a portrait of Beatrice? The Beatrice? Correct. This is Beatrice-sama. What on earth? There's a strange little poem-like thing over there. Over here. What's this all about? It's almost like a pirate code that shows the way to hidden treasure. Kenji-san, what does this mean? The master said to read and interpret it as you wish, that the riddle applies equally to all who can see the epitaph. You said riddle just now, didn't you? That means this can be solved? Yes, that's it. Father doesn't want Nissan to succeed him. So whoever solves this will become the successor. Cackle, cackle. Giggle, giggle. Finally. The tables have finally turned. Oh. And I now have a real chance to become the head. Yep. What do you think, Kidia? I think it's extremely likely that this epitaph points to the location of the hidden gold. Looks like Aneki thinks the one who solves it will be chosen as the successor. That's another theory that might fit. Father certainly doesn't view Kraus Nissan as an ideal successor. This might be a huge trick he set up now that he's reaching the end of his years. So if we really solve this riddle, you stand to gain 10 tons of gold and the position of successor. On the surface, perhaps. However, I'm sensing some malice, as though he doesn't think anyone capable of solving it. I doubt he made it to be solved easily. True. Guess we won't have trouble looking for something to do over a drink for a while now. Ridiculous. How could anyone solve this? Ursa tossed aside a notepad with the epitaph written on it, and flopped over onto the sofa. Solving this means 10 tons of gold. That much, I'd never need to worry about schemes for cash again. If I had money, I could pay off my debts, and that man might come back to me. I know where Faller's beloved hometown is. In the Sweetfish River. There are many rivers there. What's the village supposed to be? I don't have a clue. Ooh, what's wrong, Mama? Maria looked concerned. Kids are really good at riddles, so maybe. Hey, Maria, do you think you know the answer to this riddle? Maria gazed at the paper with the epitaph on it as though she was trying to bore through it with her eyes. Her eyes opened wider and wider. What do you think, Maria? Guess it might be a bit too hard for you. Kihi. Kihihihihihi. This is a witch's ceremony. A resurrection ceremony for Beato. Where'd you get this? Hey Mama, where'd you get this? I'm gonna ask Beato. I'm sure this ceremony will let Beato regain her full power. She'll be able to appear in front of everyone and do miracles of magic without having to worry about the anti-magic toxin anymore. Ki-ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Shit, when did Beatrice meet Maria? When did this happen? I mean, it must have been after the 6 years, right? But after that 6-year period, 6 years ago. And the epitaph? Seems the family members are all competing to solve the riddle. Huh. Good. Let everyone try. And none will solve it, except for the one blessed by a miracle. If I let my guard down, even I might forget the process. That is how difficult it is. Because it is difficult, solving it will bring about a miracle. Solving it will bring about a miracle. Precisely. This miracle shall be the last one I desire in my life. My final bit of magic. When a miracle comes and allows one to solve that complicated epitaph, it will surely mean Beatrice's resurrection. Oh, Beatrice. I just want to see your face one more time. Don't need wealth or honor anymore. I could only meet you one more time. This would be the last bit of magic that Kinzo realized he was facing his last years would ever use. He was betting everything that Beatrice had given him, hoping to meet her just one more time after being separated by death through 2 generations. His meeting with Beatrice that day had been the true beginning of his life. And even with them gone, Kenzo had remained there alone on the stage that had gone dark. The aged monarch had obtained everything, accomplished everything, but this was the one element that had always slipped through his fingers, no matter how much he struggled. If he could just have that element, he would need nothing else in life. In the end, perhaps his whole life was just a journey to learn that one single element makes up all that it means to be human. My friend, will my life's final bit of magic show me a miracle? For a while, Genji was silent. He wasn't at a loss for words or struggling to find an answer. During that silence, something had passed between the two men who had known each other for so long that their friendship surpassed that of master and servant. No, that will do. No one will solve it. That's why a miracle will occur. Master, please, tell me one thing. What is it? If I ask you, if a miracle does occur, it may have been different during his youth, but in his old age, Genji rarely spoke of dreams and what-ifs. When Genji said if, Kenzo quietly waited for the words of the man he called a friend. If a miracle does occur, if your magic comes true, and Beatrice-sama does revive, what will you do? As the one closest to Kenzo, Genji obviously knew of the crazed feelings with which Kenzo had searched for Beatrice in the past. And yet, Genji was asking what Kenzo would do if Beatrice did revive. Master, at one time in the past, you experienced the miracle of Beatrice-sama being reborn. If that miracle happened again, what would you do? My friend. So, after all, you do blame me. I have no way of knowing everything in your heart and Beatrice-sama's. However, I believe I do understand at least part of the way in which Beatrice-sama adored you. I lament the fact. You may not believe it, but as I have aged, I have come to regret all of it. If a miracle does occur, and Beatrice revives, then of course, I do not care if she knows nothing of the time she spent with me in the past. No, as long as she is Beatrice, I don't care who it is. I just want to apologize. Is that truly how you feel? Yes, my friend. I regret it. How deeply I regret those mistakes made in youth. You have aged as well, so you must know. One cannot feel guilt for the sins of their youth when one is still young. However, like deep thorns, they began to fester, torturing me. I, Ushimiya Kenzo, no longer care how I die. However, this thorn, this regret, is the one account I must settle. I will return everything to Beatrice, and I will ask her to forgive me for my sins. For that is my only and final wish. Kenzo covered his eyes and sobbed. The aged monarch, who had built up great wealth in a single generation, was reaching the end of his life. He could do nothing but sob because he wanted someone to apologize to. Okay, Grandpa. I mean, he regrets it, I guess, but still. He was like, what, 40, late 40s, early 50s when that happened? I guess. But still. Wasn't the epitaph the trial grandfather made to choose a successor? I thought that too at first, but it looks like the situation's a bit different now. At this point in time, I also thought it was a trial. But it was a game for selecting the successor, which Ushimiya Kenzo decided upon a whim. And it wasn't. I'm gonna head to bed now. Good night, JP. Night, Nara. Have a good rest. Thanks for stopping by. This epitaph meant something for Ushimiya Kenzo and Renault Genji that only the two of them could understand. So, this is not the workings of fate. It was inevitable. I was no more than a Cinderella, with the pumpkin carriage and glass slippers all prepared beforehand. I get it. So, this was a farce that Kenzo and Genji set up. Kenzo did understand, and Genji realized that this was a message. Genji realized that this was a message. I don't have a clue what you mean. What did grandfather understand? What does Genji-san have to do with this epitaph? The epitaph wasn't solved. Someone was made to solve it. And then Beatrice truly revived. That revival had never happened. In 1986 would still have come, but the incident might have been completely different. And so, since the time of my birth, I've been trapped by the crossroads of fate, never given the right to make any decisions of my own will. Oh, I am one, yet many. And yet, we have never been able to resist fate. We are little more than leaves caught in a whirlpool. No matter how we dance, we must eventually be sucked in and disappear. Where does the furniture talk come in, though? Because I was thinking that was one of the reasons, but if it's not, then... Gap's the one who specializes in instant movement. She's the 33rd in rank of the Great Demons. It must really be incredible to have a friend like that, Beato. Ooh. I see. The Great Demon Gap. Very well, my friend. You will now be Gap. You may call yourself by that name. Oh, wonderful. So you finally give me a name. It's a relief after being nameless so long. In that case, I would be honored to receive a name as well. Being nothing more than the head furniture lacks flavor, does it not? Maria, I need a name for this guy too. He is also a great demon, and serves as my butler. He is a subordinate whom I can trust. Ooh, Renova, I guess. 27th ranked of the Great Demons. It's said he'll give you reliable underlings. My, what a coincidence. The family name of my double, Genji, is Renova. Huh, that truly is a coincidence. I see. It seems this is the best possible name for you. Very well. You shall now be known as Renova. Oh, how pleasant it is to be called by one's name. I thank you for this wonderful name, Lady Maria. Just as a form can be a vessel, a name can be a powerful vessel too. For unknown creatures of the other world, simply gaining a name can greatly increase their magical power. That's why names are important. Ooh. True, names are important and wonderful. Right, Leah? You can call me Gap now, okay? Gap. A splendid name. I will remember it. And I'll ask you to stop shortening my precious name. So... Kumasawa... Genji... But who does Gap? Is that supposed to be Shannon, or... Yasu? Pukukuku. So, you're Virgilia, the one who guides travelers to Beatrice. That is also a splendid name. Perfect for my lady's teacher. Yes, I do like it a lot. Name is life. Yeah, because I forgot who goes to the tea parties. I think they said Shannon Cannon, Genji Kumasawa. Maria, thanks to you, my friends have found names. I'm deeply grateful. Ooh. Now it's your turn, Beato. Draw pictures of my bunny friends, like you did for Sakutaro. Very well. Lend me that grimoire. Who do you? Beato's drawings are really great. I can't wait to see. What it'll be like. Can't wait to see the bunnies. Ooh. They were in a forest band, were they not? A band. Yes, something like... All of a sudden, Maria was no longer a little girl who did nothing but follow her mother around, laughing or crying. Though she is still young, she already has a powerful self-image, and possesses enough knowledge of the magical world to surprise even me. Together we called ourselves Mariage Associé, and made each other's magical worlds deeper and richer. So, a name can become a powerful vessel. How profound. It's very important to have a form for a vessel, but a name is just as important. Indeed, those with names have a greater impression than those without. It's not just about forms and names. By knowing more and more about them, you can make them exist much more strongly. So I'll think up lots of stuff for you. Did you do this for Sakutaro as well? Yep. Sakutaro isn't just a name. There's a lot more to him than that. He is a lion cub, correct? Sakutaro is a Vegeta lion, so he doesn't eat meat. Whatever. Vegetalion? So he doesn't eat meat, but everyone else thinks he does, and they're scared of him. Sakutaro is also a scaredy cat, so he's just as scared as the others. Ha 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 ha, Sakutaro is such a coward. Uryu, I don't eat meat. Not a scary lion. Oh, look. Flesh-eating sparrow. Flap, flap, flap. Uryu, sparrows are scary. Whoosh. Wahaha. Sparrows don't eat meat. Sakutaro's a coward, so he thinks they do. Hehehehe. Did the sparrow go away, Uryu? You're such a scaredy cat, Sakutaro. If you keep this up, Sakusuke and Sakukichi will start making fun of you again, right? Uryu. I'm not a scaredy cat. Ah, the sparrow's back. Flap, flap, flap. No, I'll be eaten. Whoosh. Sakutaro is quite entertaining. Then, Sakusuke and Sakukichi, his siblings. Yep, they're his little brothers, waiting for him at home. Sakusuke is a lot more reliable than Sakutaro, and Sakukichi is so skillful he can do anything. But they're all really good friends. They all play together on my bed. Your bed must be covered with lions. Yep, so I call my bed Lion Land. But there are lots of other animals too. Ooh. Lion Land, is it? Sounds like fun. By interacting together, all of Maria's friends can reinforce their own existence. It's a magnificent world. Guess that means we should work on deepening our relationships as well. By strengthening our bonds, our existence and magical power will grow stronger and stronger. Let's expand our world more and more. From what I've heard, Maria's world has far more than just Sakutaro and the bunnies. Can't let her beat us. My. In that case, shall we find more minions for ourselves? It's no fun with just the gold butterflies. After all, they cannot speak. We'd like some chatty minions who can talk, jump around, and fight with each other. True, of course they'll be better to spice things up around here. Here, in Mariage Associé, we have learned how to expand our worlds and create new minions. By now, you may create new minions as often as your imagination allows. Well, look at that. Hi, JP. Nice of you to go live again. Wait, did I go down? There's another notification. Oh, okay. Well, thanks, Twitch. Don't tell me that I went down. Twitch just sent a notification. Jeez. Twitch, what are you doing? It's only been 4 hours. Refreshing. Yeah, I guess we're fine. My lady, what about those? Could you make vessels for those dark tools you found when cleaning out Goldsmith's storage room? Oh, perfect. Minions created from dark-looking vessels like that will surely be fitting for me. Dark tools. So what is it? What are the stakes? Or there's stakes, I guess? Minions created from dark-looking vessels like that will surely be fitting for me. There will be more and more of us, and it will get very lively here. Ooh, we'll get more and more new friends. That's my magic. Beato can take my friends and give them a form. You can make them grow. You create them, and I grow them. Indeed. That's mariage associé for you. Still, bunny ears are pretty hard. Might take some time before the bunnies manifest themselves. Oh, the Chester sisters? Huh. Okay. Be sure you make them cute. But of course, this is where I get to show my skill. Create a creature, give it a name, give it a form. Doing that is no different from giving birth to new life. When a human gives birth to a child, they give it a form, give it a name to identify it by, and deepen its character by raising it in the world. Mariage associé is doing exactly the same thing. In our world, we can create whatever creatures we think of, give them forms, give them names, make them friends we can interact with. We were engrossed with our game in this world, called Mariage associé. At least, Maria was engrossed. She would badger me to play this game every time she came. Of course, I was too. However, when Maria started happily writing something, and I just sat there for a while, I must admit that I sighed and looked up at the sky, making sure she didn't notice. It's fun to increase the numbers of our minions. They make things lively, so I do not tire of it. I may have tired of my minions alone, but even that problem goes away when I can interact with Maria's as well. It takes two people to create a universe. And now I have that second person, so I'm satisfied. I think I am satisfied. And yet, one little part of me is not. It truly is a tiny part. After all, it's so much fun playing with Maria that time seems to fly on by. But even so, when I look up at the sky, during those short moments, I feel an empty feeling I can't describe. I know. My universe is not complete. My apologies to Maria, but she is not the second person I want to create a universe with. No matter how much I nurture my world with her, the roots of love in my heart leave gaps. "4 years have already passed since that day. He left saying he'd come for me riding a white horse, and I was the only one without a letter. And even said that he probably wouldn't be returning to Rakajima. Is this love? I always believed that love was so much sweeter, so much more intoxicating. But now, I don't know anymore. Though I long for him so much, it's maddening. I can sometimes feel hatred underneath. However, even that hatred is wrapped in adoration. The roots of love have remained in the corners of my heart all this time. At some point, I gave up hoping that Battler would return. However, the roots of love stayed right where they were. In other words, even 4 years later, I still believe. He will come back someday. The flower of my love has curled up and withered as though against the winter cold. However, the root is still alive, and it is always, always waiting for him to return. Waiting for a chance to bloom beautifully again. I'm grateful to Maria. Maria Associé has eased the burden on my heart so much. If we hadn't met like this, I may have withered away along with that root. Even this incomplete universe is necessary for me to remain alive now. I must live on until I can create my complete universe. Until that day, I will not be complete. Though I have a form and a name, no matter how deep my world grows, it will not be complete. I am not complete. Beato? I accidentally muttered what I had been thinking. Maria stopped talking to Sakataro. I regretted that my slip of the tongue had ruined this fun time, but there was a long silence before I could smooth it over. I laughed, but it probably sounded hollow. Maria, not knowing why my face had suddenly changed like this, looked taken aback. Though my minions will each deepen this world in their own existences, becoming full, I alone will never be complete. I know why I will not be complete. It's because you don't have enough magical power. Maria answered instantly. Beatrice has lost her magical power and is unable to regain the strength she once had. That's how the story goes, so Maria's answer was correct. That's right. I may be incomplete because I have lost my magical power. In that case, if my power becomes complete, and I revive in the truest sense, will my world become complete as well? Does that mean that the person I want to nourish a universe with will come back? If, as I claim, I really was able to control miracles at will in the past with my magic, then if I succeed in reviving, would that miracle definitely occur? If such a thing were possible, I'd want true magical power to use for my resurrection. That's right. It's because I do not possess enough magical power. Poor Beato. Must be pretty inconvenient with your magical power still weak. I want to get it back quickly. My old power. I guess I'll have to do that then. What do you mean by that? The ceremony of resurrection. The ceremony of the portrait's epitaph. If you read that epitaph literally, it does sound like a witch's resurrection ceremony. To Maria, who believes in witches, that epitaph must be a ceremony in itself. Unlike the other family members, it seems that she's not very interested in the location of the hidden gold. If that epitaph's riddle is solved, one might learn the location where Kinzo hid all the gold I once gave him. That's the gold you created with magic, right? Indeed. A crystallization of the great magic I possessed in those days. In that case, if you get that gold back, your magical power will go back to normal. Perhaps. It will. Ooh. It's gotta be a resurrection ceremony. That'll help, so let's solve it together. Then you'll revive, and when you do, you'll take me to your golden land. That's right. I did promise that I would take you to the golden land. You said that all wishes are granted there. There's no black witch there, just a nice mama. And I might even meet the papa I've never seen before. Of course, there won't be any school or homework or bullying friends, and we can live happily ever after. Hey Sakataro, doesn't that sound fun? Uryu. The epitaph of the portrait. So, must I face the epitaph's riddle after all? Kinzo's children struggled uselessly over it. How could a complete stranger like me solve it? If I did happen to solve it, that would surely be a miracle. Will doing that bring about another miracle, return my miraculous power to me? Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. So, am I to travel down a river in Kinzo's homeland in search of a key? As you travel down the river, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore that two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. There may be villages if you go down a river. But what is the shore the two will tell you of? The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. So those who do not have the key need not read the rest. Do not understand it, but that's how this riddle is. It's practically unsolvable, so solving it would be a miracle. That much makes sense. Felt a stabbing pain in my body. The anti-magic toxin had burned my skin. Some human is probably approaching. I erased my form. Multiple sets of footsteps approached. It was Genji, Shannon, and Kennen too. It seems everyone is engrossed with solving the epitaph's riddle. Yes, I hear that even some of the servants have copied it down and taken it home with them. If you solve this riddle, will you really find 10 tons of gold? Indeed. There can be no doubt of that. I don't understand. The puzzle may be a tough one, but why is the master showing the location of his precious gold in a place where everyone can see? That is the master's magic, and also a bet. The master believes that the one who solves this difficult riddle will contain Beatrice Sama's soul within them. That's a strange bet. Magic. Looks like he's taken his occult fanaticism as far as it could possibly go. Shh, you shouldn't say that. All are allowed to try and solve the epitaph's riddle. Of course, the servants are no exceptions. Will you try to solve it? No, I could never solve such a hard riddle. And anyway, even if I had 10 tons of gold, I can't think of anything in particular I'd want to use it for. I'd be more than happy if these peaceful days continued forever. Looks like you and George-sama have been pretty close these days. Just hope being distracted doesn't make you even more of a klutz. That won't happen. With a backward glance at this conversation, Genji walked up to the portrait and looked up at the witch. When they saw what Genji was doing, Shannon and Kennen immediately went silent. Genji, who was the head of the servants, the closest in age to Kinzo, and the one whom Kinzo had called a friend, probably understood Kinzo's heart better than anyone else. What did he think when he looked at this portrait? Neither Shannon nor Kennen could tell. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. Suddenly, Genji started reciting the epitaph. Shannon quickly nodded to show that she was listening, but it wasn't clear whether he was talking to her at all. Genji, his back still to them, continued. The master would not describe Odawara as his beloved hometown. I've heard that he lived far away, though we don't know where it was. Taiwan. Genji turned around and spoke that single word. Oh. Oh. Is that so? I see. So that explains what Kraus-sama always used to say. I remember him talking about how the master liked areca nuts. Come to think of it, Kraus-sama said that those were a luxury item, like tobacco, that was popular in Taiwan. I do remember that. So that's why the master... In the half-century before the war, Taiwan was under the rule of Japan. Many Japanese had moved there, seeking a new frontier. Kinzo's family was a branch family of the Ushimiyas. Apparently they were only distantly related to the head family, so they were able to form a new life and a new future without being constrained by the head family in Odawara. Shin and Kennen nodded their understanding, but they didn't know why Genji had suddenly broached the subject. So, there was a river with sweet fish in it in the master's hometown in Taiwan, and the key is there. Don't be so stupid. There has to be several rivers with sweet fish in the area. We don't know that for sure, right? I don't know where the master lived in Taiwan, but there might have been only one river there. If so, that must be the place. You're too optimistic. There's no way the riddle could be solved that easily. The master says his magical ceremony will gain more power if more people try to solve the riddle. You must try as well. Everyone has been given the same chance. Yes. As if we had a chance. This is pointless. Genji spun around. Shannon and Ken hurried to follow after him. When his footsteps receded and silence returned, Gold Butterfly flitted out from among the shadows. What was that, like episode 1 or episode 2? It was very early, but I do remember that. Man. Well, GG. Taiwan, is it? Oh, so you lived quite far away. Behold, the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. In other words, a sweet fish river running through Taiwan. There are many rivers in Taiwan. Canon was right. How ridiculous. However, the word Taiwan interests me. The Takater and Genji muttered it without anyone asking, so is it even possible that it means nothing? Clearly, Genji saying it has something to do with Epitap's riddle. It's almost as though that was a hint for solving it. Though I do find it stupid. Very well, Genji. Why don't I play along with your farce for a while? Taiwan. I have traveled the world at times during these past 1,000 years, but I know nothing of the place. To counter my ignorance, I shall need a crystallization of knowledge. That which is smoothed out and pressed into many sheets, what is called a book. Where might I find a book about Taiwan? Kenzo's study is the first place that comes to mind if one is looking for books. That won't work. The charm on that room prevents me from entering. So, the library, is it? Kenzo's vast collection of books grows each year. The books that don't fit in his study are stored in a book storage room that was usually called the library. Of course, there are countless books just in this place. The library has everything from valuable books to apparently worthless books, all packed together like an antique shop. There was a golden glint in the keyhole of the library's door, and a gold butterfly flitted out. Stinky as ever, I see. Dust, mold, I see. So this is the stench of knowledge. Oh, now. How can I find a book on Taiwan amongst all this? The prospect is almost dizzying. However, I realized right away, if I wanted to quickly find out about Taiwanese rivers, I didn't want a book on Taiwan. An atlas. There must be one of those somewhere around here. Search, my butterfly minions. Find the book I seek in this dusty, noble graveyard of knowledge. A cloud of countless gold butterflies appeared at my feet. They swayed, blew like the wind, and coiled themselves around the library. Eventually, a cloud of butterflies selected a single book. It seems that this is the one. Well done. A World Atlas, Asia volume. Perfect. It was a grand, thick, illustrated encyclopedia of maps, several volumes long. There was even a thick section on Taiwan. This should be plenty useful. Taiwan, 394 kilometers north to south, 144 kilometers east to west, an area of roughly 36,000 square kilometers. Oh, that's pretty large. By area, that's about the same size as Kyushu in Japan. This led Beato to a very natural question. Just where on this massive island did Kenzo live? Genji mentioned Taiwan, but that's all. How careless I've been. Beato had vaguely assumed that the riddle would be solved in a flash if she could just look at a map of Taiwan. However, Taiwan is no small place. Just which part of this large island did Kenzo call his beloved hometown? I kept looking through books in this dusty library, sometimes having a cough. And I was not happy with being stuck in a place like this. So, the largest city is Taipei. It says here that Japanese people used to live in a spot called Taisho. So, is that where Kenzo lived? No, it's too early to be sure of that without proof. I'll skip to the next part before I settle on anything more specific than just Taiwan itself. Sweetfish River running through the hometown. What's this? There are 129 rivers in Taiwan? Gah. 129 rivers? And how many of those have sweetfish swimming in them? Just thinking about it is dizzying. This was quickly becoming ridiculous. Genji must have been muttering nonsense to himself after all. I only thought he was giving out a hint about the epitaph. So the reward for the fool blinded by gold is dust. Kaku kaku. Nice one, Genji. I tossed the book aside, used magic to turn a bookshelf into a sofa, and plopped down on top of it. For a while I grumbled about getting tricked and looked up at the ceiling. I was annoyed, so I felt like gathering all this room's dust, packing it into a ball, and tossing it into Genji's teacup. So I glanced down at the floor. The book I had thrown away lay open on the ground. A gold butterfly was resting on that open page. Tossing a book at random and reading an oracle from the page it happens to open to is a kind of ritual. I see, so that page might have some sort of hint. Not entirely convinced, I picked the book up. The open page was probably very near the one I'd been reading. Apparently it was a page explaining Taiwan's geography. Oddly enough, it was a page about rivers and lakes. I already know that there are 129 rivers. Is there something else you're trying to tell me? There were 6 major rivers listed. Sui River, Kaoping River, Danshui River, Daejia River, Zhengun River, Dadu River. Huh. Now then, which of these rivers might have sweetfish in them? An idea came to me then. Sweetfish are freshwater fish, and you don't find ocean water in rivers, unless it's extremely dirty or blocked by a dam. Any river might have sweetfish in it. How foolish. All rivers have fresh water in them. What's stopping sweetfish from living in any river? Come to think of it, what a foolish name this Danshui River has. Freshwater river? What sort of river isn't a freshwater river? It would only make sense to name a river after what's in it if it were literally anything else. Danshui River flows from Taipei to the harbor town of Danshui. I see. It isn't called that because of the water in it, but because of the town at its mouth. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. I've realized that this is stupid. Yet there's something about this town. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. That line should be talking about one of the 29 rivers. 129. Sweetfish are freshwater fish, and here's this freshwater river flowing down to a town called Freshwater. It's like a strange, trivial word game. Or could it be some kind of code? I've been looking for books here so long that the dust is piling up on me. If I give up now, it will have all been a waste of time. Very well. Why don't I test my luck and see if the random page the book opened to contains an oracle? I turn to the next page, trying to search in even greater detail. To me, solving this riddle was like a game, one that all of the servants were engrossed in. I was just trying to be one of that group. For quite some time, I had suffered from a lack of books, and I could find particularly absorbing. And I was very bored, so I took that book back with me to my own room, and looked through it every night. There's a hint for the epitaph's riddle in the atlas. In the third game, Ava solved the riddle after reading a book in the book archive. And in the fifth game, Furuto Erika looked for an atlas in that room before solving the riddle herself. Then there really is some secret in the map of Taiwan. I believe that the Sweetfish River part was a code for Danshui River. Every day I researched the surrounding geography in detail. Of course, I also looked up several small streams that might have sweetfish in them. However, that didn't get me anywhere. According to some information from a previous game, we aren't looking for an actual river, but it is something that flows. That's how Ava interpreted it. So it isn't a river? Correct. In the end, Danshui River had nothing to do with it. However, now that I think about it, it must have been an oracle after all. The river itself was unrelated, but it was still a great hint. The river was unrelated, but it was still a hint? Calm down and think. Think of something that flows, but isn't a river. So, something other than water that flows? What can you think of? Try and think outside the box. Well, I'm tired of all this puzzle solving. Stop being annoying and give us the answer. You solved the epitaph, right? Probably. Something other than water that flows? Something... Methods of transportation? Like a road or a highway? Correct. It took me so long to realize that the Sweetfish River did not refer to water itself. That's right. There's something other than a river with the name Danshu. Something that both people and things flow up and down. Up and down? You mean... That's it. Railroads. Railroads? The Danshui Line. It's a railway that goes from Taipei to Danshui Harbor. It was constructed in 1901 while Taiwan was under Japanese rule. Afterwards, the number of stations continued to grow, and it became a major artery into Taipei. This railroad was used after the war as well, and is still in common use as the Danshui Line of the Taipei Rapid Transit System. Its route begins at Taipei Station, and continues on to the town of Danshui. Danshui Station. Station, formerly station. 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 Station, formerly station. Station. Formerly. What did the epitaph say you'd see if you went down the river? A village. There's only one station on the Danshui Line with the character for village in its name, and it's this station. Station, formerly... Which one? How do you read this? The Japanese pronounce it Kirigan. Its name was changed to Sekihai Station after the war, but when Kinzo lived there, it was Kirigan Station. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. Gego isn't the only one. You can also see the character for shore. In the end, it took me quite a long time to work out that this station was the one referred to. It has the character for village and the character for shore. It felt like a kid's riddle playing with letters. First character in Kirigan has a character for mouth. And the other half of that first character means the word that, right? That village's shore and the mouth is telling of it. But I don't get what the two means. The three characters of Kirigan can be split into a mouth, a vat, a village, and a shore. Those are all words that appear in the epitaph. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. You can read it as a code for the name of the station. However, I don't understand the part about the two. I was also stuck on that part. However, by then I was very confident that the station was what the epitaph referred to. The station was once known by a different name, then could some local spot also have had its name changed? That's right. Kirigan Station was named after a nearby location after all. Though the name of that area was also Kirigan, it's written differently. There are two mouths. Didn't take much investigation before it was clear. Yeah, I don't see it. It's fine. The epitaph must have been referring to this place called Kirigan. Then, is this where the key to the Golden Land rests? That would be the obvious answer. However, I couldn't make the long trip to Taiwan to check. And of course, the place known as Kirigan is quite large itself. If a tiny key was hidden somewhere there, I'd never find it. I was at a loss. But you didn't give up. I was certain that I found the answer, at least to the first 5 lines of the epitaph. In my eyes, it truly was an entertaining game. No, a mystery. I almost gave up then. However, there was no doubt that I had the key in my hand. So I decided to travel to the Golden Land in accordance with the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. We can tell by this line that the key refers to 6 things. Reasoning makes it possible to see that this couldn't refer to a physical key. 6 things? Yes, 6 things. I was merely a thick-headed human. I decided to look through books for anything related to the number 6. 6. 666. The location of the key, called Kirigan, was hidden by a word game. That meant the 6 things were surely connected to some sort of word game too. 6. 666. I kept searching for 6. You think it's done? Wow, the song is kind of a hot mess, but in a good way. Oh, this one. But you finished your song? Is there some way to split up the characters in Kirigan to get 6? Good idea. Still, no matter how much you stare at those 3 characters, you won't get an answer. The problem here is that Kirigan is just the Japanese reading of the name. You think you finished your song? Do I get to listen to it now? So I'm gonna drink some water. Then, how do they pronounce it there? Killian? It's pronounced Killian. When written in Roman characters, that's 6 letters long. 6 letters? Then it is a word game after all. This is what it means by the 6 chosen by the key. Chelsea, I need to do post-audio cleanup while the composition is done. I see. I get it. Talking about it like this, it sounds like a line of reasoning that can be reached in a second. However, it took a long, long time before I reached this spot on my own. A dizzying number of nights passed from the time Genji uttered that single word to the time I got this far. So what does it mean to offer these 6 letters as sacrifices? On the second twilight, we start hearing about those who remain. Reasoning opens up the possibility that the 6 letters of the key are being removed from an ever larger set of letters. However, what could the 6 letters be removed from? That puzzle worried me for a long time. It's like the start of an entirely new riddle. This time, I would have to solve it all by myself without any assistance. Wow, this song is hot. One in the game, what the fuck? How can I go from Pepe Spin song to this so fast? It's a good OST. In a previous game, I'm pretty sure Aunt Rosa formed some sort of theory about the first twilight. Right, that theory about a 10-day journey ending at the 10th twilight. On the 10th twilight, at Journey's End, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. She took that section to be a little trip that ends when you attain to or reach the treasures of the Golden Land. What meaning was there in those words? Realizing that there was something to be found, and realizing that what that something actually was, took another long stretch of time. By Rosa's reasoning, attain to meant reaching some physical location represented by the 4 treasures. It was a good try, but not quite right. It's not the treasures we're supposed to reach, but their power. What does it even mean to reach the power or something like that? Don't overthink it. What else can the word power mean? You reach, or rather, raise yourself to the power of the 4 treasures, starting at Twilight number 10. And this is done once and for the last time. Oh, so it's an exponent, like a math problem. Here, I had a home field advantage, since I lived in Makajiwa. There was a hint there that made it easier to think of a certain large number. In fact, you might say that I actually found the answer before I knew what the question was. If you keep making it so complicated, Leon's gonna get a headache. Let's get back to the point. 10 to the 4th power is 10,000. We've reached 10,000 in the 10th Twilight. How far have you gotten by the 1st Twilight? Well, that's just 1/10 of the 10,000. 1,000, right? Right. But while it gives us a single word, it is nowhere near enough letters, and it doesn't match the key at all. However, the end of the line says, you will attain to the power once and for the last time. If we interpret this as raising 10 to the 4th power once, and then doing the same thing one final time, we end up with 10 quadrillion. That's 10 quadrillion at the 10th Twilight, or quadrillion at the 1st Twilight. As Battler guessed in the 5th game, it has 11 letters. Or should I say, as you guessed. Giggling. I kinda wanna do it. So let's see. Oh, I can't go back anymore. Well, I guess let's see what the answer is. Strangely enough, both words begin with Q. Thought that this just had to be right. Leon took a notepad from the pocket and spelled out quadrillion and killion. Oh, okay. So... U... D... R... I mean, does this... does this work? Killian is 2 eyes. Oh. Oh. Udrillo? Or no. DR. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what they say. Leon took a notepad from a pocket and spelled out quadrillion and killian. The 2 words even look similar at a glance. That's right. It's true that the 6 letters chosen by the key are right there inside quadrillion. So what happens if we take them out? We're left with 5 meaningless letters. However, the important thing is the number 5. After all, in the next part of the epitaph, the word kill appears 5 times. And then on the Night Twilight, none shall be left alive. In other words, there should be 5 letters left. On top of that, just as Battler's son guessed in the 5th game, 2 of these letters are close to each other, the D and the R. Those must be the 2 who are close. Once you reach this spot, the riddle has been practically solved. Or put another way, this is as far as you can go with the epitaph alone. Might be able to figure out the answer with a little more wordplay, but you won't be able to activate the device. That's right. Once you know this much, all that remains is to gouge and kill. You had a good idea of where that place was, even before you got this far, right? Yes. Some people suspected that the goal was hidden there even before the epitaph appeared. And because of the mysterious phrase that appeared there, it's only natural that I thought the place concealed some secret. What do you mean by the place? The chapel? The place with the device that opens the door to the Golden Mine? A quick-witted person should be able to figure out where the 1st Twilight is by now. Huh? thought the first Twilight was Quadrillion, not a place. It's the place where Quadrillion is written. You should know it. Or did you blindly follow Kinza's orders and never go near it? So I was right, it was the chapel. But... oh, the day the witch revived. Let's finish this chapter, and then we'll go to sleep. Quadrillion. There's only one place you'll find that word on Wakujima. Gold butterflies flitted from shadow to shadow, dodging raindrops. Unless my memory is mistaken, this is probably the place. It was the chapel. That mysterious building, one of the oldest in Nakajima, which had been built at the same time as the mansion. It was called the chapel, but not once had Kinzo used it for worship, and the members of the family had never been allowed inside. There are strict orders that none approach it without reason, and its purpose has always been a mystery. However, all of these mysteries got boring after several decades. At some point, everyone forgot the chapel even existed. That splendid building passed from the thoughts of Rakajima's residents. Of course, this had been true for Beato as well. Beato, who hated boredom, had no desire to approach places that humans never went. Her last memory was of the time she went in there to taunt Shannon as she tried to clean. There could be no doubt. That is it. Quadrillion. Beato looked up above the door of the chapel. There was a relief displayed over an arch. English words were written there. You will be blessed only at a probability of a quadrillion to 1. Heh. So, you thought that was the probability of someone solving this riddle. This chapel was built long ago. There is a device like the one I imagine. Kinza must have prepared the epitaph riddle many decades ago. Must have been planning to use it as a ceremony for choosing a fitting successor all the time. However, that ceremony is now a ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land and to my resurrection. And I snapped my fingers. The ground bulged, and several snake-like dead trees sprouted up. They twisted around each other to form a ladder, which leaned itself against the door. If my guess is right, there's some sort of device in that relief. I slowly climbed the ladder. Because of the size of the door, the relief was very high up. This close up looks much bigger than it did from the ground. Come to think of it, whenever we cleaned the chapel, this relief was the only thing that Genji always made sure he polished himself. I always wondered why he didn't leave something so trivial to the younger servants. I thought it strange, but nothing more. Master treasured this relief, so the head servant cared for it himself. I always accepted that excuse. But now I understand. There must be something in this relief, and Genji polished it himself to make sure that no one else accidentally found out. Quadrillion. So am I to sacrifice the 6 letters chosen by the key from Quadrillion? Tips of my fingers touched the cue. My fingertips were soon covered with dust. However, I quickly realized that there was something strange about it. Don't tell me this letter. No, it had to be like this. There would be no other way to offer up sacrifices. Beato grabbed the letter Q, after lightly playing around with it in various ways. She pulled it out with a slight clunk. Just as I thought. Here's the Q I pulled out. This part's a wedge. No, it's a key. A key was attached to the back of the Q, and had been stuck into a keyhole in the relief. I see. In that case, I know what to do next. Very good. This Q is the wrong answer. Enough with you. Beato carelessly tossed the Q key aside. Also, hold on. This was the first sacrifice. She kept on pulling out the keys, so the 6 letters representing the key. So, A will also be sacrificed, in both eyes, and then the N at the end. Now, I only sacrificed 1 L, but unfortunately there are 2 L's here. There were 2 L's. I didn't know which I should sacrifice. I tried pulling up both out, but the keys were of different shapes. So one is the right answer, and one is the wrong answer. Well, there are only 2. If I make a mistake, I can just try the other one. Thus, messing up sets off a trap that blows up the island Earth, of course. Thinking it was a waste of time to sit here worrying, I decided on the rightmost L and pulled it out. 5 letters remain in the word. And now the first twilight is over. On to the second twilight. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. The D and R are close. What does it mean to tear them apart? Do I pull them out? But if I do, there will only be 3 letters left. By this point, I was able to make a good guess at what the gouge and kill lines meant. Gouge and kill probably means to turn the keys and take them out. In that case, the parts about going from head to leg must mean starting at the left and going right. If that's the case, there must be 5 characters left on the board. In other words, tear apart doesn't mean kill. If so, then we could read tear apart to mean putting a gap between the D and the R. But how? Once again, there are 2 ways to do it. Do I remove the D and move it to the left? Do I remove the R and move it to the right? After pondering this for some time, I realized that both choices were wrong. No, that's not right. I've had it wrong ever since I removed that L. A short while ago, I removed the right of the 2 L's. However, if I had removed the left one, it would look like this. If I line it up this way, it's easy to see the next step. The R gets shifted to the right. This way, all the letters are spread out evenly. This must be it. And this next part is another tough one. Praise my name. It's already clear that this is a word game. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Just what are the remaining 5 letters supposed to do? Probably change their order to form a word. U-D-R-L-O. What should be done with about these 5 letters? Drulo. I don't know. Praise my name. How can I get stuck after coming so far? How are these 5 letters supposed to praise the name? That man's name is Ushimiya Kinzo. Is the U part of Ushimiya? Is the U part of Ushimiya? No, several letters don't match, and there aren't nearly enough letters to make Ushimiya. One thing is certain, my name must refer to Kinzo. Then, does the U stand for Ushimiya after all? Like an initial. Then, what do the D, R, L, and O stand for? Lord? It can't mean Kinzo. Do the R and O stand for Rakanjima? Master of Rakanjima Kinzo. Not nearly enough letters. This riddle left me totally confused. However, there were only 5 letters left. There can't be too many possible combinations of those letters. I could use process of elimination. Thinking I'd play around with it, I pulled out the U. There are 4 letters left. D, R, L, and O. My idea that the U stood for Ushimiya was like a heavenly oracle. When I removed the U, I thought of making a word with the remaining 4 letters. D, R, L, and O. Those 4 letters spun around in my head, changing their orders. Latched upon a single English word that would serve to praise Kinzo. It's Lord. Lord. I had absolutely no basis for it. However, it was like a flash of inspiration. Quickly changed the letters around before that flash faded from my mind. L-O-R-D. Lord. You. Ushirmiya. Lord Ushirmiya? On the fourth twilight, gouged the head and... Oh ho ho. It was a key, so it would have turned... It wouldn't have turned if it was the wrong one. But it did turn. I managed to gouge it. I gouged the first letter, the L, with a click, and pulled it out. Legasp, Lord Voldemort. Next, the fifth twilight. Gouged the chest and kill. The O was gouged and pulled out easily. Then the R. Next the D. And finally the U. O. Avada Kedavra. When I turned the key of the U, I could feel resistance as though some device had been activated. I waited for something to change, but nothing did. However, I'd felt something happen. A secret door must have opened up somewhere around here. Waiting around won't accomplish anything. I've probably done everything I can here. All the letters in quadrillion have been removed. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Well, JP, be careful, just putting out that spell, you almost killed me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. So, this way. Has the witch... have I revived? The 10th twilight. At journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures. Once and for the last time. When I stepped down off the ladder and looked around, I immediately noticed a small change. That lion statue. At some point, the lion statue in front of the chapel had turned to face a different direction. How did that work? Did Kinzo plan up this extravagant device back when he first started building on this island? I walked up to the lion statue and stared at it. Other than the fact that it was pointing a different direction, nothing had changed. In that case, is the lion looking at something in particular now? I followed its line of sight and saw another lion statue. And that lion statue had also changed its direction. Interesting. So, follow the lion guideposts. As intricate as ever. I see, Kinzo. I wasn't complaining anymore. I felt a bit of respect and awe at Kinzo for setting up such an intricate device and having it go undiscovered for all these years. There were lion statues standing like guardian deities at the entrance and the corners of the chapel. The direction they faced had changed, pointing around to the back of the chapel. There was something there. I hate this character. their faces. Crazy smile. Oh. It was no longer a surprise. This was after the contraption with the letters. After being guided by the lions. So when a gaping open secret passageway appeared, with stairs leading down to the darkness below, it wasn't surprising to me anymore. So, is this the entrance to the Golden Land, Kinzo? Did you find it? Grandfather's gold? Yes. It took ages and ages, but I had reached the Golden Land. According to the previous games, there was an underground VIP room there, along with 10 tons of gold, right? Yes. After going down a rough stairway, there was a door at the end of the passage. Inside it was beautifully furnished, a true VIP room. And was the gold all you found there? Yes, at the time. It would be a lie to say that I was not dizzied by the sight of all that gold stacked high. I love gold. Bam. Is this real? I lightly touched the pile of gold with my finger. It was hard and cold. I must have imagined that it would crumble like a sandcastle if I touched it. Now, there could be no doubt. This certainly was a 10-ton pile of gold ingots. Haha. Ha. Considering the amount of gold I just found, I figured I ought to be crying out in delight. I didn't really feel like laughing, but I thought it only good manners to do so in a situation like this, so I forced it out. Because of this, only a few feeble laughs slipped from my mouth. At that moment, even stronger than any delight was a feeling as though I'd entered a place I wasn't supposed to be. I couldn't think of what I should do next, now that the epitaph's riddle had been completed. Then I heard approaching footsteps. It was coming from the stairway I'd entered by. Someone was coming. Could it be Kenzo? If he finds out I've been in a place like this, will I get scolded harshly? Thought about hiding and forgetting this ever happened, but my legs wouldn't move. Kept standing there, stunned, in front of the pile of gold. As the footsteps drew closer and closer, the door opened, and I saw who it was. Kenzo. Genji. It wasn't Kenzo. Genji. It was Genji. You. Did you reach this place by your power alone? Indeed. For some time, Genji stared at Beato in silence, as though he was calculating something. Then he slowly clapped his hands together. He did it again, over and over. It took quite a long time before I realized that he was applauding me. The master has said that he will hand over the gold and the headship to the first person who solves the epitaph. And he believed that this person would be Beatrice. Beatrice? Me? This is fate. It is fate that brought you to this day. I didn't really understand what Genji was saying. Surely the shock of seeing the gold still had me paralyzed. So this changes things, because I was thinking that they're going to solve the riddle, and then... I don't know. For episode 8, I mean. Come this way. Oh, okay. Genji opened the closet. Inside it was a torso wearing a beautiful dress made of black cloth and golden stitching. When I saw it, I understood immediately. It was the witch's dress, the black dress worn by the Beatrice in the portrait. Change into this. It is something you once wore. Never worn a dress like this. However, I understood what Genji meant. This dress was one that Beatrice once wore, and the one who displays a miracle by solving the epitaph is Beatrice. By reaching this room, I succeeded the position of the real Beatrice, the one in the portrait. Why do I call myself Beatrice? Because the name of the Golden Witch who rules over Rakenjima's night is Beatrice. That's right, I wasn't the real Beatrice. I was a different witch, stealing the name of the witch from Kenzo's delusions. And now I have succeeded the real Beatrice. By solving the epitaph's riddle, my resurrection will be complete. I was the one who decided on that role. However, this really was a ceremony to resurrect Beatrice. In the past, I believed that I could create my own fate with my magic. How ironic that one who could control magic at will would be guided by fate to this place. At that moment, I had no choice but to truly accept and believe in this word called fate. And after I put this on, you'll go to the master. Ready yourself. Oh shit. Oh boy. Wait here. Okay. Master. It is Genji. After Genji knocked, the sound of the study's door unlocking could be heard. After a single glance telling me to wait, Genji entered alone. I cannot believe that this day has come. Fate can be such a strange thing. Kumasawa was with us too. Thought this dress, which didn't really suit me, would lead to a lot of jokes, but she didn't laugh at me at all. On the contrary, when she saw me, her expression had turned stern, as though a long-awaited day had finally come. My heart raced. Supposedly anyone should have been able to solve the epitaph. There shouldn't be anything strange about me solving it. Genji and the others kept wearing serious expressions, and that, along with everything else, made this feel like some sort of grand ceremony. The suffocating silence continued. Eventually, the door opened, and Genji peeked out. Enter, Beatrice-sama. He was saying those words to me, but not to the person I had been until a short while ago. Go ahead, Beatrice-sama. Kumasawa also urged me forward with a respectful bow. Kenzo was probably waiting for me inside. What expression should I wear as I go in? How should I greet him? I don't have a clue. As the two of them motioned me forward, it was all I could do to avoid tripping over my dress as I walked. Kenzo-san, she is here. Kenzo was crouched on the ground, as though kneeling before the portrait of Beatrice. At Nanjo's words, he slowly turned, still crouching. Oh. Kenzo's eyes were already red with crying. When he saw me, he groaned with wonder. Beatrice. Had he even forgotten how to stand up? He crawled over to where it was, while calling out to me with the name of the woman he had loved long ago. I was too stunned to move. Kenzo grabbed the hem of my dress, gripped it tightly, then curled up and sobbed. Beatrice, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I knew how you felt, and yet I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. The words weren't directed at me. However, just standing here like this was all I needed to do. Kenzo's moment of atonement, the moment he had spent half of his life searching for, had finally come. Human's life is stained with sin. So, humans seek forgiveness while they still live. However, in most cases, the person capable of granting such forgiveness is no longer on this earth. It was like that for Kenzo too. The one he sought no longer existed in this world. Instead, that forgiveness had been woven together by a miracle, and now Kenzo had received it. Oh, Beatrice. Beatrice, you need not forgive me. You need not say anything. I simply needed to apologize to you just once. Oh. Kenzo kept grasping the dress's hem and sobbing. Sins of humans are not forgiven from without. Forgiveness is found through regret and repentance. I want to believe that some sin, some fault of his, has been forgiven thanks to the way I look. Kenzo's sobbing gradually ceased, and he slowly looked up at me and rose. He looked unsteady. Nanjo rushed forward to support him. So, I see that you are alive. I'm glad. This time, his words weren't directed through me, but at me. I hesitated, unsure how I should respond. I beg your forgiveness for keeping this a secret from you all this time. No matter. I do not fault you, Genji. Considering the sin that I committed, every single day until now has been necessary for my atonement. However, there can be no doubt that today's miracle is a true one. By her own power, without anyone's help, she solved the epitaph before anyone else. Well done, solving such a difficult epitaph. Thanks. Indeed. Your voice resembles your mother's. Even your face reminds me of that mother and daughter. There can be no doubt that Beatrice's blood flows through your veins. Yes, The traces of the Lady of Kumodorian in her youth are right there. Does my face look like someone else's? Beatrice-sama, please, forgive me for keeping this a secret, even from you. Your parents are Beatrice-sama and the Master. What? It's true. Until now, you have been raised as a child without parents. However, your true father was the Master, and your true mother is Beatrice-sama. Is that, really? Yes, you truly are a descendant of Beatrice-sama. Is such a strange fate really possible? I've dreamed about it. Dreamed about what it'd be like to be the Golden Witch Beatrice. That dream had been mine alone. I dreamed that if I solved the epitaph and carried out the ceremony, I would revive as the true Beatrice. So, is it okay to believe that since I've solved it, Beatrice really has revived? I truly carry Beatrice's blood. Yes, there is no doubt of that whatsoever. It must have been hard for you to live until this day without knowing a parent's affection. And yet, look at how wonderfully you've grown. So, you all knew about me? Genji, Kumasawa, and even Nanjo nodded wordlessly. Now that I think about it, there might have been lots of hints. I've always felt as though there was something special about me. Genji, and especially Kumasawa, always treated me very kindly. Then, does that mean this day is a promised day? Which would eventually have come, no matter what? I don't understand anything anymore. It's all a miracle from God. Oh, whoops. I think I pressed 0. Promised fate has led me to this day. Beatrice. No. Leon. That is the name I wanted to give you. What is your true name? Leon. I will now return to you everything that Beatrice gave me. I will return to you the gold, as well as everything of the Ushimiya family, which was created by it. Kenzo stuck out a hand that looked like a rotting tree. On his finger was the ring with the one-winged eagle crest, the symbol of the Ushimiya family head. He pulled it off, grasped it tightly, and then held it out to me. I didn't know what to do. Slowly, as though they were being drawn forward, I held out my hands, palms up. After pressing his fists against my cupped hands, Kenzo slowly opened his hands and let the ring drop. Leon, my child. All the ways your fate has been toyed with until today were caused by my sins. Please, forgive me. You will now inherit my ring. You are the new Ushimiya family head. All that gold belongs to you. I ask that you use it as you please, and hope that it will be enough to heal some small part of the pain you have suffered. That trifling amount of gold may be nothing in comparison with the sin I committed, but even so, should be enough to bring you some comfort. Thank you. 20 billion? I mean, yeah. Leon, I have one final request. What is that? Could you call me? Sorry? What did you say? Could you call me Father? I understand why you're not able to. I have not been a father to you in any way. Furthermore, you have been raised without knowing anything about a father. I realize that it's not a name you can call me by. And I realize that I have no right to ask this of you. But even with that in mind, please, if I could just hear that, I would have no further regrets. After being asked like that, could I possibly have refused? Even if I am his child, I truly can't acknowledge him as my father. So it felt very strange to say it. Yet, I decided that saying it was the right thing to do. Only God can truly forgive sins, but though it may be temporary, people can be saved by the forgiveness of others. Yes. Father. That awkward word made Kenzo laugh. Drops of silver fell from both of his eyes. At that moment, the shadow that had covered his face was wiped away. Thank you, Leon, my child, and Beatrice as well. Thank you for this last chance to ask for forgiveness. Of course, I don't believe that I've been forgiven by this alone. I shall atone for the rest as I burn in the fires of hell. I, Ushimiya Kenzo, have no more regrets in this life. Not at all. No regrets or matters left unfinished. Waha. Wahahaha. Wahahaha. Yes. I love watching your early morning streams when I have diarrhea. Don't have diarrhea at the moment, but want to say hi. Hey, Tick. How's it going? Looking up to the heavens, Kenzo spread his arms as though facing an applauding audience. Laughing at the top of his lungs was the final pleasure known only by those who have been released from all regrets of this world. Kenzo's laugh weakened, and when it disappeared, he dropped to his knees, like a puppet with its strings cut, and slowly fell to the ground. Citing the recommendations to my PowerPoint my teacher said to me. I see. Doing some schoolwork. So then he dies. Master. Dr. Nanjiro. Yes. Though their master had fallen, they walked up to him slowly. They already knew. Kenzo's soul had already burned itself out. Nothing too bad. I'm still a freshman. I see. It's only just begun. After checking Kenzo's pulse, Nanjiro shook his head and stood back up. It was a peaceful death. I don't think he had any regrets at all. It may be that the master died long before now. It was only his magic and tenacity that kept him here so long. And he finally had a chance to apologize to Beatrice-sama for everything and finished everything he had to do. Please, rest in peace. I believe that you've redeemed yourself. Father, that was the one-night reunion between me and my father. And also a final farewell. Still doesn't explain why she wants to kill everyone. This gold all belongs to you now. If you wish to exchange it for money, I can arrange for that. I hear it's worth 20 billion yen. Okay, there is singing. I was wondering what that was. I hear it's worth 20 billion yen. From here on, any of your dreams in this world can be granted, but can buy granted with money. Must be tough to think of what to do with this much money when it suddenly comes your way. How's chat been? Times I came along, it isn't the most active. Chat's been alright. It's been appreciated for the regulars that stop by. I mean, it's mostly quiet here because I think people don't want to interrupt, maybe. I feel like that's one of the senses. Which is fine, because then we just focus on the story. And then previous to this, I mean, we were just playing Hades, and not much was going on there. It's fucking 5 in the morning. That's true. People are tired. Plus, I mean, before this, I was busy with schoolwork, so it's like, it's fine. It's okay. Chat's chat. I'm not worrying about it. I get 6 now. There's nothing I desire among the things money can buy. Is it 5? Damn, it's 5. There's nothing I desire among the things money can buy. So, for the present, I would like to leave this here. Of course, I'm glad I have a lot of money. Our money can't heal the pain in my heart. I just want him to come back. As you wish. Then it shall be left here. Also, take this key. What is this? There's a key to the underground VIP room. If you use this, you won't need to use that entrance contraption. She was the only one who knew the answer to the epitaph's riddle. The only key to this place was now hers. At this point, she truly was the master of this golden VIP room. Enjoy the story and goodbye. Be back in a week or so. Sounds good. I'll catch you later, Tick. Have a good one. You're already the master of Rakajima. You have the right to know all this island secrets. I wonder if I'll be playing Everhood at that time. Probably. Because I don't think I'm finishing this today. Plus we have episode 8, and I think... I want to say Monday is going to be the finale. Maybe. See what happens. We should talk about Kurodorian too. That's the mansion your mother lived in. I'm sure you've heard rumors about it. Kurodorian. There are 2 mansions on this island, one at either end. One is the mansion we know well, the other is a hidden mansion known as Kurodorian. Below this island are the remains of a military base built during the war. The master used that to travel between the 2 ends of the island. There is an underground path in the back of this room, and if you follow it, you will reach the basement of Kurodorian on the other end of this island. That is a secret mansion, which only the master knew of. Of course, that mansion is also now belongs to the new head. It's the mansion your mother lived in. It'll probably be worth taking a trip over there sometime. My mother? I've lived alone my whole life. The only person I've ever felt like calling mother is Kumasawa-san, who always helped me out. So there's a mansion where mother I've never met nor seen lived. Who exactly am I? Ask any questions you wish. You now deserve to know everything. Right now, I'm feeling very confused. I don't even know where I should start asking questions. But I'm sure I'll think of plenty of things to ask about. When I do, please tell me. And the part of the song you're making that you threw in with the intention of it being filler ends up being the best part of the song that you can't get enough of. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Looking forward to it, Psycho. When I do, please tell me. As you wish. But also, being treated so respectfully like that is a bit uncomfortable. I'd be happier if you could talk to me the same way you've always done. Love when that shit happens. It works out that way. That is what you wish, then I will do so. That's easier for me too. Well now. What will we do now, Kenji-san? Kenzo-san is dead. I will tell Cross-sama and Madame that he has passed away. Then, we must tell them that Leon-sama is the official successor to the headship. After all, from this point forward, you are the Ushiromiya family head. Me? As the head? Isn't Cross-sama the successor? The one who solves the epitaph's riddle is the successor. There exists a will specifying this much. Master's final order was that you were to inherit everything. Please wait. I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't do the job of being the successor. I can't accept such a big responsibility. I think it would be better for Cross-sama to inherit that role. Are you certain? Literally the most favorite song I've ever made was like that. I had one part in mind, built around it. The part I thought would be whatever, and threw together sporadically. Ended up being the most iconic part of the song. You have to show me that one. Do you have a SoundCloud? Or no? Today, I've learned who I am. Everyone knows about their parents, but I didn't since the time of my birth. And here, today, I finally learned the truth. That alone is enough for me. Feels amazing, man. If I suddenly became the Ushimiya family head, how would Kraus-sama react? How angry would Madame be? I don't want to become the head if it means making them feel like that. Bandicamp? But that song isn't released yet. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Today I learned who I am. Who gave birth to me, how, and when. These are things I want to learn from them as time goes by. That alone is enough. I am Leon, and I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Knowing that is enough for me. I don't plan on calling myself the head. Kraus-sama can take that job. Is that your order, as the Ushimiya family head? Yes. As you wish, Master. Then I will make it so. And please, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. I want to stay me. There's nothing I'd want to do with the Ushimiya headship or the gold. I want to wait, here on this island, as I have done in the past. I want everything to be exactly the same as it was. That's my only wish. As you wish, Master. Everything that has happened tonight will not go beyond those present here. Kumasawa, Dr. Nanjo, that is the wish of the new head. If that's what you want, I have no objections. Kento-san's will entrusted everything to you. If this is what you want to do, none of us will complain. You say exactly the same as it was, but do you really mean exactly the same? With no differences at all? Yes, we'll keep this a secret. This place and the gold will be sealed away. If I need money, I'll ask you about it then. That's enough for me. As you wish. The device leading to this place and the key both belong to you. And all of us swear to keep the events of this night a secret. Kraus-sama will be the successor, but in my heart, you will be the only true successor. Damn. That same song also got slightly corrupted in post, and ended up making a new sound in the background that actually made the song better, so I never fixed it. Curious. As you have ordered, we'll behave the same way we always have, but please, order us whenever it suits you. You are my only master. Thank you very much. Vast mountain of gold and the ring of the Ushimiya family head. The dress of the portrait Beatrice. And I became the true Beatrice, the Golden Witch. Right here in my very own Golden Land. If I think about it, not much has actually changed. After all, I've always been the Golden Witch. I've just had a few more people acknowledge that. Gold? So much gold. 10 tons! 20 billion yen. November 29th. Oh? The day I became a true witch. Oh, so close. I would have flipped if that was one day later. The day I became a true witch. Oh, I am one, yet many. I'm the Golden Witch, Beatrice. The true ruler of Rakenshima, and the possessor of endless gold. And yet, I'm in no way complete. I await the return of the one person I love. Still doesn't explain why she kills people. JP still won't get 10 tons of gold regardless. True. Well, I mean, I got the chapel part right. I probably would have. Well, no, I would not have solved that. Taiwan, really? And then Areca nuts. And then, I mean, then there was the whole thing with the Japanese characters. I don't know Japanese, so There's no way. There's no way. But anyways, I think we're gonna stop there. So I guess that was the chapter 9. But we'll come back after the Higurashi episode. So in about like 7 hours, maybe. That's fun. That still doesn't explain the murders though. But I guess we'll get that. We should get that this episode, I imagine. But what does 8? What does episode 8 do then? Just the everyone lives ending, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that'll do it for me. So, thanks for tuning in. Thanks to everyone for stopping by. Hope you have a good one. I'll be back later today. Hopefully. I mean, I said that, but I didn't stream at all this day until what, like 11 at night? Oh, that's fine. We're okay. But anyways, I'll catch y'all later. Umineko. It's been fun. It's been enjoyable. Time for work. Have a good day at work, Psycho. Yeah. Have a good one. Bye.